Secret Service. We have.
All right, we're back. We're back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know what. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. I don't know what we got a violation for. And then, I love that they keep it very. They don't tell you exactly what you got a violation for. To keep it, secret. So you don't tell you exactly what you got a violation for. To keep it, secret. So you can't. Make sense. Doesn't make sense. Well, anyway, this is the picture that the guy took walking up to the vehicle of Barack Obama's SUV. He's in the vehicle, and here's a second picture that he takes of. Thank you for being on the team. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Go ahead and hit that orange, and you too can be on the team. And then this is the picture he takes of Barack Obama in the SUV with the Secret Service. These are the two pictures that he was able to take. I say there's no reason he should be able to get this close to the former president, even though he is a security guard. They don't know who he is. If he had any other kind of intention, we could be talking about a tragedy here. Even though he is a security guard, they don't know who he is. If he had any other kind of intention, we could be talking about a tragedy here. So something they need to go ahead and tighten up so these kind of things don't happen. All right? Okay. Since I can't seem to be able to talk about it, got to go ahead and do something else. Jeez Louise. Got to be kidding me. Here's the polls. We talked about the polls earlier in the week. They're tightening. He's 3 points up in Georgia, 3 points, and the other swing states, as you can. In Georgia, 3 points, and the other swing states, as you can see. And yeah, so there you go. That's what's going on those two fronts. Arizona is basically a tie. Georgia, like I said, Trump is up by 3. Michigan, she's up by 2. Nevada, it's basically a tie. North Carolina, she's up by 1. Pennsylvania, he's up by 1. And Wisconsin, he's up by 1. Basically a dead heat. Excuse me, unalive heat, I guess. I can't say that word anymore. So I'm interested. Duke is in the building. Yeah, Duke, they sent me a message, a restriction for talking about the Secret Service and Barack Obama. No, I didn't see Biden. I saw some clips of Biden on The View. I mean, listen, he's still the president, but, I mean, I don't know what he's doing. He sounded fine, but, it is what it is. I did. But, I mean, no one's looking for Biden. We're just hoping that he's running the country properly. A lot of twists and turns in this here election cycle. You believe the numbers are probably, whose numbers? Trump's or Harris's numbers are higher? I'm not sure whose numbers you're talking about. Lolo's in the building. Good to see you, Lolo. Good to see you, my good friend, producer extraordinaire, very excellent fact checker, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So there you go. That's it right there. 39 days gonna. So there you go. That's it right there. 39 days gonna be a barn. The polls. Many people have started to vote already because it's early voting in a lot of states. That's going to be interesting to see how those returns come. Many people have started to vote already because it's early voting in a lot of states. That's going to be interesting to see how those returns come in. Who's the president on the first night? I think it's going to go into the second day. That's what I think. I also think that whoever... Yes, Duke, I'm doing great. Listen, they say it's going to hit here around 2 a.m. A lot of rain, but we're used to that. But, we might have, I don't think we'll top 40 miles per hour winds because it doesn't have a fuel source, and they say it's moving very quickly. There's no water here for it to get stronger. It's going to just weaken because it's going over land. Atlanta, Georgia, southern Georgia's, yes. But once it gets up here, it starts to break up, and it's not nearly as effective as once it is when it hits the land in Florida. So we're doing just fine so far. It was a lot of rain today, and then we're gonna have rain tomorrow. But I think on Saturday we should start to be clearing up. Yeah, those are gusts, but it's not anything that's going to be sustained. Trust me, I've been here a long time, and it's not gonna happen. No, I want to. Thank you, Duke. It's always nice when people are checking on me. My good friend down in Houston, Texas. Go ahead and give Duke Vader, a follow. He's a good content creator. He has a lot of good, interesting topics. Go ahead and give him a follow. I'm sure he'll be back up, doing his thing very, very shortly. So, yeah, there you go. I know he can't. Anyway, I don't want to, so. That's the situation. Mr. Rowe. What was this to make her? So, thank you, Duke, for checking on me. I appreciate it. And if you can hear my voice and you're in the eye of the storm, listen to the officials, do what they say, hunker down. Don't try to be a hero, and don't think that the first responders will come get to you in the middle of the storm. If you decided to stay, you got to fend for yourself until it clears up. We can't put first responders in harm's way, especially if they told you that you need to go ahead and evacuate or whatever the situation is. So listen to the officials and just ride it out. Florida's used to hurricanes, so they're very good at that. I've been through a couple hurricanes myself, so I understand. So let's go. We're going to talk about that. We're also continuing to talk about when is Harris going to do a press conference. I'm curious if the chat, do you think that she's going to do a press conference, or do you think that ship has sailed? She's just going to ride it out and whatever, let the chips fall where they may. What do you guys think is going to happen? What do you guys think out there in the audience? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. She's got it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. She's got it. I mean, I would hope that she's going to do a press conference. She's got to do a press conference. She can't just not do a press conference, can she? Can she just go the whole way and do a I mean, what? Is that possible? I don't think that can't be possible. Mr. Wright, it can't be possible. She's not going to do a press conference, right?
I have no idea. This is some different stuff that's going on. I saw something today where she did 21 media shows. I sent that to you, but I know you have a lot of stuff that, in this past month, 21.
I don't know what's going on.
And that was from Caroline.
Where'd she go? I know Stephanie Hall.
From media.
They're counting as media. Are they counting campaign? Little gaggles when she gets off the plane? Is that a media event?
I have no idea.
I don't know what's going on. She's like running out the clock.
Yeah.
She's just running out the clock. What is going on? She wants to be the president of these great United States and the leader of the world. Huh?
I said with just 40 days left, I guess. You can hear me?
Yeah,
you can't hear me? Oh, I said with just 40 days left. Okay, good.
Ro, what were you talking about in the comment?
Oh,
what are you saying?
On The View, Biden said that he gave her authority to do things, and now you trying to say that ain't what he meant.
That's politics, yo. That's what I say to people who don't know politics. First of all, he can't give her the authority, to make any decisions. He's the president. So
why did he say that then?
Why did he say it?
Yes, I'm telling you, but if the other person who's saying didn't read my comment, he said it so it can make you all feel like she is doing things. When he do things under Biden, he's saying, oh, Harris doing it. She sat down and talked to Zelensky. He gave her the right to go and do that. You follow me? If you don't follow me, it's okay. But that's why he said
gave her special authority to do things on behalf of the administration because she's running for president.
But when we said she didn't do nothing, you're like, she can't. She's just the vice president. And now you flipping it to this. Which one is it?
Yes.
You're like, she can't. She's just the vice president.
Thank you.
And now you flipping it to this. Which one is it?
Let's go. Follow Yo-Yo and get that 1 point to be. Who's that?
Which one is it?
Here, Echo.
I guess Mr. Rowe. Yo-Yo, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Not me.
I get into a lot of trouble. People think I'm bashing on her because she's a black woman. Oh, yeah. I get into a lot of trouble. People think I'm bashing on her because she's a black woman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got to come back. He's got to echo.
I think there are some but delegation is a good leader is going to delegate, right? It's always going to be the thing of a good leader to delegate any authority that you have, right? When you're not the subject matter expert, if you have generals, if you have economists on your squad, if you have scientists that work for you, right? You have people that have these general or special skills, right? They're very pointed. There's no way that we should say as a leader, right, that I would never do this, right? That I would tell my tactical entry or my breacher that I'm going to go ahead and take over and assume all the point man roles and all the rest of this shit for my particular platoon or squad, right? That it's just incumbent upon a good leader to do that. I think that any leader that tends to say that I know all of this is that's the downfall. That is the primary duty of a leader, is to delegate those duties to the subject matter experts, always.
I don't have a problem with that. My issue is when people said things, everybody's like, she can't, she can't, she can't. She was just the vice president. That was my only issue.
I got you, Yo-Yo.
I
I
don't
think
have a problem at all. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying when things didn't get done and we're like, what did she do? Blah, blah. Everybody's like, she can't. She can't. She can't.
I think they do want to try to prop her up a little bit, right? The Democratic Party is going to probably, have their influence. They're going to probably tell him, but we need to prop her up as much as possible. She is the new candidate for the Democratic Party, and we want her to be the president. So what's going to happen is they are going to say things that aren't in the official vice presidential duty slot, right? They are going to do that. They're going to say she was making decisions that she probably talked to him about, but had no final say or no authority to make the final say in those decisions. I would do it if I were in charge of the DNC. That's what I would do.
So who's running the country, her or him?
He's still,
That's a good question.
Still has this thought, right? So when people say that he's cognitively impaired, right? We know that he doesn't once you get to 75, you start to lose your ability to communicate, right? It's just a human thing. It's just human faculties start to diminish. Your ability to think and still make decisions, right? And even write policy and say, well, I've written this policy out. I may not be able to express it to my constituents, but I can write this policy. Right. So I haven't seen anything that would say that that's diminished to this point. So I would say the communication is diminished. I'm not sure that anybody is qualified to say that the faculty is. That would be my only thing.
Interesting.
Is anybody
agree
here
with you.
trained in medicine is my question. Or
Medicine?
yeah, doctor or nurse or anybody here trained in cognitive diseases
No.
of any sort?
Nope.
No.
I studied it. That's why I said that I wouldn't be able to make the qualification, that I wouldn't be able to do that. And neither
Okay, I
would-
got you.
Your point?
My point was, when you first were got on here. Hello, by the way.
How you doing, Nurse Nia?
Neat. You can call me
Oh,
Neat.
okay.
Yes,
I don't see the teeth though. How
yeah,
you doing?
I'm a trained psych RN, and you mentioned about her possibly doing a press conference and the fact that she hasn't done so. Just from what I observe, she is someone with extreme anxiety. Her body language, her speech is very indicative of that. So, of course, I don't know her personally, but I can only say from my own experience, those are my own observations when I hear her speak. And granted, it has to be a lot of pressure for her. I mean, I know it's not something she can control, but it does concern me.
Okay. She has a lot of anxiety.
Right.
And is that what the laughter is about? She laughs when she gets nervous and
Yes, that's deflection with laughter. And a lot of people do it and they don't realize they're doing it. But people like me, who have been trained in psych for many, many years, it's obvious to us.
Yeah, my grandfather was a psychiatric nurse as well
Yeah.
up in New York City. So
It's debilitating. And, when I see her speak, even to just people she's comfortable around, like Oprah, for instance, it was very obvious in her conversations with her. And this is somebody that she should be 100% comfortable with, if that makes sense. So
Right.
when she's speaking to world leaders or people that are in opposition with her, how can she function? How can she represent our country in an intelligent manner?
We watched her function up against the person that most opposes her, right? And she functioned profoundly, right? We watched that, right? We didn't see any of the nervous laughter. I think that she may be anxious, and that may be a thing.
Okay. Are you
But
referring to her debate with Trump?
Yeah, that was
Okay.
absolutely.
Right.
If you have that kind of opposition, the most powerful man in the world that's opposing you.
Yes, I watched it. I watched the 3-on-1 debate that you're referring to.
Well, as a president, right? If you're supposed to be the strongest, the leader of the strongest country in the world, the 3-on-1 is a nothing, right? I'll go up against 8 or 9 people that are going for Trump, and I'd have no problem going up against 8 or 9 of them at a time in any pointed or even general debate, right? This doesn't bother me, right? And if you're 3-on-1, I would crush 3-on-1. I have no problem with that. And so if you're going to be the president, saying that I got jumped, not a flex.
I'll take, for
But you
example,
agree you shouldn't
I'll,
have to, right?
Also, when
I'll
she
take, for,
did the
go ahead, Yo-Yo.
Oh, no,
no,
I was
that's
just
Let
saying,
that's
but
Yo-Yo
good.
did you
go.
agree you shouldn't have to, though, right, Keith?
Have the what?
I do agree. I do.
Go,
Yeah.
go 301.
I agree. I agree. But that should be a nothing burger, though. You know what I mean? It
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
even be.
I don't think it was 3-on-1. I think the reason why Trump was fact checked so much is because everything that came out of his mouth was a lie. And that's why he was fact checked. He got away with it when he debated Biden, and he wasn't fact checked on it. And this time he was fact checked on it. I
But she
watched it all
wasn't.
over again today.
But she wasn't.
Because she didn't do it
Oh,
because
my
she
gosh,
didn't
bro.
have to tell any
Stop.
lies.
Well,
Stop, bro.
the
What?
thing
You
about
said she didn't
Tell
lie,
me
bro.
which was the lie, Yo-Yo. Tell me what.
Oh, my gosh.
Which one? Which one?
Yo-Yo,
Which
she
one? Tell me.
How can you say with full
I saw
authority
it today.
that he lied?
I saw it again today, and I'm saying, which one was the lie? Tell me one.
I'd have to find it, but he did say that when they fact, I think she was up to like 8 or 9.
How many Trump had?
I think he had like 18, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look at it again, but I think it was 18.
No, it was like
So
30.
you
But I'll take what you said, 18.
basically went on. You
Go
took
ahead.
everything that he said and went back and fact checked every sentence that came out of his mouth.
Well, one sentence I can say that I know was untrue, right, is that we aren't going to solve childcare with border policy. What?
Cats and dogs. Cats and dogs.
Cats and dog was the biggest one of the whole debate on either side.
That's why I threw that one out there. Cats and dogs. That he started off and disrupted the whole debate. Not to say that he had 10 minutes more that he spoke than Harris. But that's not the issue. It's over with. Guess what? Everyone said she won. So I'm just trying to say, what are you talking about, nurse?
I'm part of the everyone you speak
What you
of, and I
saying, nurse
disagree.
Neat?
Hang
Yes.
on.
I know you do.
Nurse-
That's why I'm saying you're biased.
Well,
Of course
Nurse
I
Neat,
am.
I think you're okay. Nurse Neat, you're saying that she did win the debate, right? Or no? Nurse Neat?
I would say that
Uh-oh.
can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to get away from my family because
No, you're fine. You
hate
can
when
hear
I'm
you.
on here.
We can hear you fine. Go ahead.
Okay. In my personal opinion, I would say that the general public would believe that she won that debate.
Uh-oh. Are you part of the general public?
Yes.
Okay, so you
So
would
that's
say
a
that,
yes, she won.
you would say that Harris won the debate, but you're also diagnosing. You're saying that she has a kind of anxiety, and that's where the kind of the cackling, the laughter come from. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. With you being a professional and you were so eloquent in diagnosing VP Harris, do you have a diagnosis of Trump?
I would say that Trump absolutely has some flaws. There's no question. I believe that he does have an inflated ego, but that is not why I'm voting for him.
No,
I'm voting for him because of his
no,
policy.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you think that Trump also has some what would you say his flaws there are when from a medical person? Is he a narcissist? I mean, is there something there?
Yep.
Miss Nurse Neat?
Shoot. What is going on with my connection?
We can hear you just fine.
Okay, can you repeat your question? I
I'm
apologize.
saying you were so eloquent with speaking about what is wrong or what you observed with VP Harris. Can you be equally eloquent and speak about what is possibly going on with Donald J. Trump?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's great. Let's go.
Okay, so when I hear him speak, I do not pick up on any cognitive decline. And the reason I say that is because he is consistent in every one of his speeches. Granted, does he always say the right thing? No, but it is consistent.
It's consistently nonsense. But go ahead, continue on.
I guess there's nothing medically that you're going to say.
I have a question for her because I work in treatment and I work with counselors and therapists, and they all say he's a narcissist. So I'm curious to why you don't think he's a narcissist.
He does not exhibit any narcissistic qualities, in my opinion.
That is laughable. Okay.
And you yourself are not in medicine. Is that correct? You know.
I'm a drug and alcohol counselor.
Okay.
What I did do is
I know. Are you treating Trump's drug and alcohol issues, ma'am?
No, but I work in a dual diagnosis.
Thank you.
I work in a
For your opinion.
I work in a dual diagnosis facility, and I went to school, so I learned about narcissism, and I have I work with therapists and counselors, and they have all said that he's a narcissist.
Okay. Thank you for their opinions.
You're
well, I
welcome.
was watching the two of the I guess they have the 1400 preeminent neuros, and I can't remember what that particular field of study is, but one of them did the documentary. One of the 1400 did the documentary, and he had the other two that were there with him, right? And this is only two. This is only three of the 1400 total. So I don't know how much weight it holds, but I know if three of these people that are in this particular field of study have said that based on what they've seen and being, of the top 1400 individuals in that particular field of study, and no one else has come out and said, I refute that claim. Why would we not take the preeminent professional's opinion, right? And you can watch the documentary yourself, and these guys are heavily acclaimed. So,
Okay. Where's their assessments? They can't be disclosed because it's HIPAA protected. Correct?
well, he's not their client, right? So they were just
I'm
making
sorry.
an outside
Can I
assessment.
jump in for
He's
just
not
a
their patient.
Can you tap me in for just a second? Because as a registered nurse, she's not trying to diagnose anyone.
I
Like
didn't
you,
diagnose.
but you did. You diagnosed her with anxiety.
You
I
diagnosed
said
You
I
did.
based on my observations.
Right, but as a registered nurse, you are not even trained.
I am
I'm
a
someone.
psych
It
RN.
doesn't matter, ma'am. I have 25 years of nursing experience, and I am a board certified nurse practitioner, and I practice medicine in 8 states. As
Are
a
you?
nurse,
Hang on. Are you a psych? Are you in psychiatric?
I don't have to be in psychiatric. You can diagnose anxiety in family practice.
So, do you think that VP Harris has some sort of anxiety?
I don't see it, and as a registered nurse, you're not trained to even know
Okay,
what to
great.
look for.
Is there
So
something
she
that you
cannot
see?
diagnose her
I
with
got you.
anxiety.
Okay. Is there something that you see in Trump?
Trump seems like he has dementia.
So you're
But
diagnosing Trump.
I did
Hang on
not do a diagnosis on.
1 second, ma'am. You're diagnosing Trump with
No,
dementia?
I'm not. I'm not, because I have not done an assessment of him, but he does show signs.
Well, tell me the difference between what Ms. Nurse Neat said and what you said.
Okay, so number one, I have the license to back up my diagnosis. That's one. For two, I am saying that I'm not diagnosing anybody because I have not done a full assessment. You can't look at someone just from speaking and say they have anxiety. You have to ask them questions and you have to assess them individually.
Did you diagnose him, Nurse Neat, or did you give an opinion?
She said she had anxiety. She diagnosed her with anxiety. Man, what you did was
You know,
gave her
as a
signs and
Let's
made-
hang on 1
made you
second.
diagnose her.
Ma'am. Let's let Nurse Neat clarify what she's saying, okay?
I got a chart.
I said she exhibited signs.
That she did say exhibit.
I don't know when this. I didn't know when this NP came onto the panel, but she should have listened to the entire
But I've been
conversation.
in the comments for a while, and you did diagnose
Okay,
her with
make sure
anxiety.
you know all
told
the
everybody
facts,
she had
ma'am.
anxiety.
I think she
You told
said
everyone.
she
Exhibiting is showing
Okay,
signs.
listen.
That's not
Right,
diagnosing.
Okay,
and
listen.
then you
1
went with she
second,
had anxiety.
everybody quiet. Sequoise, she did say exhibit. She did say that. I know I heard that word exhibit.
She said exhibit, and then she went on to say she had anxiety.
And who you voting for,
You even asked her and repeated it back to her, and she said she had anxiety. So what did it? I mean, you can say she exhibit, but since she made it very clear that she was medical, because she said it, everybody took it and ran with it. So I'm letting everyone know that she cannot diagnose anyone with anxiety, and that's my only purpose for being here.
Okay. So I guess you need to change
Yes,
it.
ma'am. You have a higher degree than me.
In her professional opinion.
It's not about having a higher degree than you. It's just that people will take things and run with them when they're not true. So she has not been diagnosed with anxiety.
Why did she do that nervous laughter?
Who said it's a nervous laughter? Maybe that's just the way she laughs.
I think, well, okay. And what did Trump do that gives signs of dementia?
The fact that he can never answer a question, it's like he forgets the questions. In the debate with Joe Biden, he never answered one single question. He always took it back to immigration.
Has she answered the question if we were better off today than we were 4 years ago?
No.
No, she did not answer the first question. I can agree with you on that.
Is that a sign of dementia?
I said every question. I didn't say one.
Oh, every question. Okay. I don't know.
So Denali, some questions will be like, if I were deflecting, right? You can tell that I don't want to answer a question, right? And you've seen me do it here, right? You know I've done it before, and I don't doubt that I do it. I don't deny it. There are times when I'll say, I'll just go off on some random stupid shit and say something because I don't want to answer the question or I don't have an answer for the question. And then there are other times when if you just flat out ask me a question, you know what the answer is going to be because you pointed the question in that direction, and I don't answer it, not because I don't have an answer or I want to deflect, but I have no idea what the fuck you just said to me. Like, I have no idea. I can't recall it. I don't know what it is. I can't rationalize the question anymore. And I noticed that if you say something 14 times and I answer you with the same thing to 14 different questions, I don't know if that's cognitive decline. I don't know if that's cognitive decline, but damn, that's awful hard to say that person should lead anything if you answer 14 different questions with the same answer. The southern border. Right? That's a bad way to start anything.
Okay. So, Kois, what state are you in, ma'am?
Actually, Sequisa, and I'm in Texas.
Okay, and you're voting for Harris?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Do you think that Ketanji Brown Jackson is a symbol?
No, I don't.
Can you tell me what she does for the Black community as a whole?
The fact that she's there gives other women hope. And I don't think she's a symbol because she earned it. To say she's a symbol would say she was just placed there. It wasn't given to her. She worked for it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'm going to play this here for you, and then we can talk about it on the other side. I need like 30 seconds. Okay. All right, so we're going to play this because you know how she got picked, right?
Joe Biden?
Right. You know why he picked her?
No.
Okay, I'm going to play it for you. Give me 1 second.
And it's just the way everyone else gets
I'll appoint the first Black woman to the courts. It's required that they have representation now. It's long overdue. Secondly, if I'm elected president, my cabinet, my administration will look like the country. And I commit that I will, in fact, I'll pick a woman to be vice president. There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president. Number three, Did you hear the first one, Miss? If you
did.
So again, he was losing in Iowa. This is when they were running to be the president in 2019, 2020. And he lost in New Hampshire, went to South Carolina. You know who Jim Clyburn is?
No, I don't.
He is a longtime congressional member in South Carolina. I know he's been there a long time, maybe 40 plus years at least. And Joe Biden went to him to try to find out what he could do to win in South Carolina because he needed a win because his career was on life support. And Jim Clyburn went to the black women of South Carolina, said, what do you guys want? And they said they wanted a black woman put on the Supreme Court, and they wanted a woman put as the VP. As you heard Joe Biden just say what he was going to do, political payback. And my contention is that, why do we have to have symbols? Why couldn't we get something more with meat on the bones as opposed to a symbol? So that's why I say that Ketanji Brown Jackson.
What do you mean by meat on the bones?
Meaning that if you have the ear of a potential president and he's on political life support and he says, what can I do to get you guys to come out for me in strong numbers? Why would you ask for a symbol? Why not ask for something that's going to help the black community as a whole?
So she's not a symbol because she is on the highest court in the land,
Right.
and we've never had a black woman. So he gave us voice in a room where we were voiceless.
I got it. I know all the talking points. Tell me how.
It's not talking points. It's facts.
Ma'am. Tell me how she helped to keep Roe v. Wade where it was at.
She was outvoted. What could she do?
Right. So what has she done? So if affirmative action comes up to the court, how is she going to help affirmative action?
That's one less vote.
Tell me how she's going to stop if they want to take affirmative action.
How can one woman stop it? Why are you asking her to be impossible?
Exactly my point. Why I say
that it's a start. We have to start somewhere. We've never had one before.
Do you realize that the Supreme Court's going to be conservative for the next 25 years?
If you say so.
No, ma'am, you're an intelligent woman. Do you know how people are put on the Supreme Court?
Yes.
How?
The president elects them, and then they go through a process.
And how long is their term?
A lifetime.
Okay. So it's 6-3. Who's leaving the court, ma'am?
That's what we're trying to do. If we can get the House and the Senate, we can get those 3 that lied to get in out.
Ma'am, you seem to be more intelligent. That's not going to happen.
You can keep insulting my intelligence all you want to. That really doesn't bother me.
I said you're an intelligent woman. You know that's not going to...
No. You said it several times. You trying to throw...
Be quiet. Because I thought I was talking to someone who knew something what they're talking about. That's not going to happen. The Supreme Court is going to be 6-3 for the next 25 years. The only 2 people who are going possible...
You're full of bullshit. And
I told you to be quiet.
You full of bullshit.
That's fine. You know, you can say it all you want, man, but you can't beat facts. You're going to try because your ego won't allow... Your ego won't allow you to know that you're wrong. But you have the disease of needing to be right. That's what you have. The disease of needing to be right. Be quiet. Be quiet.
So many lies.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, you can drop me because I'm not going to be quiet.
I'm going to go ahead. You're going to sit there and you're going to wait until I'm ready to talk to you. That's what you're going to do. Be quiet. That's what you... Stop coming off of mute and be quiet. Stop coming off of mute, ma'am. Be quiet.
I'm not gonna do it.
Do you have something intelligent to say?
I'm gonna keep coming off. You don't tell me what to do. I'm not gonna do it. You're not my boss.
I can control your mic. I can do that. You can't. No one can hear you. No one can hear you. Are you done? Do you want to stay?
No.
Do you want to stay?
No.
Why?
No.
You can't defend your position? You can't defend your position? Why?
No.
You can't defend your position?
No, I can't
Now
defend
who's the
my position.
You can't even have a conversation. Nurse Neat, you got an echo. Oh, boy. Walker Bay, what's wrong with her? Walker Bay?
Oh, what does he do that to these people?
You see my parachutes in the comments.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
Well, who's the narcissist, I ask you?
Yes, Mr. Walker Bay, I'm asking you, what's wrong? What happened there?
Oh, okay. you didn't handle that appropriate, Mr.
I didn't.
Denali.
What? I just asked simple
You really
questions.
didn't.
Tell me what I did wrong.
Bro, let me say first of all, I just want you to hear me out. All
Sure.
right. What I'm saying to you,
Yes.
you brought up about the Supreme Court justices and everything, right? And then
Yes.
she responded, and then as you was telling her to be quiet,
Yes.
or just kept telling her to be quiet and so on.
Yes.
The problem here is, right,
Yes.
is the fact that this is your life, no doubt
Absolutely.
about that, and
Yes.
you can conduct it the way you want to conduct it,
Yes.
you see, but it's also a decorum that you should also have too when it comes to when you're inquiring about information, right?
Yes.
Because what she gave you the information regarding to uh, how the process of being elected to the Supreme Court and
Yes.
all of that. She gave you that, right? And
Yes.
then you respond, well, do you know that do you know that is not gonna change? Well, we do know that it's gonna change. And the
I
reason why
gave a
it's gonna
time frame.
change,
I said 25 years.
yeah, but it's gonna change before then because of the simple fact, Clarence Thomas and his henchmans and all of that, they're gonna eat if Kamala becomes elected. They're gonna resign because they already know that they've been going against the grain
No, they're
and
not, sir.
involved.
Sir, Clarence
They
Thomas is
actually
not
will
going
be.
anywhere unless Donald Trump gets elected. If it's VP Harris, he is not going to resign because he wants to keep that seat conservative.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is when Kamala comes in office, you already know that AOC is already inquiring about their affiliation with the gifting and all of that. You know they get ready to get charges put on them, right?
All right.
They get ready to get charges,
It's not going to
bro.
happen,
You act
Walker
like
Bay. It's not going to happen. Many have tried. No one has succeeded. No one has been, if I'm mistaken, tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, I
No
do not
Supreme
believe
Court
there is
justice.
any Supreme Court justice that
Never.
has been impeached
once.
off the court.
Not once. It has never happened. Right?
Let
They
me ask you this.
control all the lower courts, and you'd have to put them into a federal district court in order to.
Why do people argue with me? I don't bring things up that I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's not
Okay, so
impossible,
then-
Denali, but
It's not
you
impossible. It's highly
it's not-
improbable.
highly improbable. Very highly improbable.
It is highly improbable that we were going to have a president. They're going to have 34 charges, right?
No, because the only
act
thing
like-
that prevents, the only thing that prevents him, only qualifications according to the forefathers Constitution is 35 years of age and a natural born citizen.
What was her answer
No,
to
you
you,
just
Denali?
you did not hear what I said to you, brother.
You never would have thought you would have
said-
had somebody with 34 counts. I got it, but nothing prevents him from running.
What was her answer to you,
But
Denali?
you mentioned about you mentioned about the qualifications of what you got to be for a president. That's not what I was talking about. We was talking about the probability of a Supreme Court justice being removed from office, and I just said to you,
It's
and
never
and
happened.
stated to you,
It's never happened.
It's
but-
improbable, but possible.
right? It never happened, but it's not that it can't happen. Right? Is that correct?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Walker
that
Bay.
correct?
Walker Bay, you're 62 years old, is that correct?
Huh?
You're 62 years old?
Am I what?
62 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, you're 62.
Absolutely.
Great. And you are, I imagine, you seem like a smart gentleman. You are doing things to make sure you have a good retirement, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Would you, sir, put all your eggs into winning the lottery? Because it can happen, right? Would you say, you know what? I don't need to save. I don't need a 401k because I'm going to win the lottery. Would you do that?
It's something keep like when you're talking, it goes in and come out. And
Well, you got
it
bars.
cuts
So you
off.
got
I can
that.
barely-
You got that Harris Wi-Fi because you can't hear me.
Man, I got an iPhone, bro, and I got all the
I
bars
said you
up
have
here. All
Harris
of them. is connected.
Wi-Fi.
Now
That's
let's-
good.
for you,
That's
brother.
a good one.
because I didn't
That's a
catch
good one.
everything when you and her had the conversation. I missed a little bit of it, and I had to get out.
Don't worry, she'll be clipped up tomorrow.
But I still gotta. When you said, "What is she gonna do right now?" What was her answer? What is she going to do for us right now? Right, because that's when I.
She never got to that. She talked about representation and being just that black women can aspire to, kind of thing.
That seems like is that not a noble aspiration? Right, and I understand that it doesn't do.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Yeah,
But there
I
are
know,
many
I know.
other things that the black community needs more than symbols: money, resources.
You know what? The best thing that you can have is a leader, right? And the one thing that I can have is somebody that I can aspire to become, right? If I don't have anything to look forward to, right, I'm not going to go further, right? I'm not going to.
Well, then it's misplaced, because if you're looking for some inspiration with somebody on the court and you know it's not even televised, so you never see her do what she does. So what are we talking about?
You know what? Some people look at it
Back to what I spoke on. Go ahead.
like a firefighter. I don't see a firefighter, right?
Yes, you do. You see firefighters on TV.
Like, when I was a child, man, if I had never seen a firefighter before and I knew they were heroes, or I've never seen war or any of that stuff, right? I would still know that I still wanted to be a Marine, right? I may have seen soldiers.
Keith, in today's time, sir, we see people in their jobs all over the place.
brother.
The Supreme Court has never been televised, or there's nothing that comes out of there, nothing but sketches and reporting.
Right.
So you don't even see her to be an inspiration.
But we watched her confirmation, right? We watched that, and just because someone we don't see them, we know who they are. We know that the power that they feel.
My contention is that the black community needs money to get off the bottom floor, and if you have the president's ear, then you should say something other than symbols. Because her alone cannot stop anything from happening that you don't want to have happen.
Is she still down in the comments?
Shouldn't we have a place to start though, right? Even if she's not
Oh
going
my God! How we had President Barack Obama? How much more starting do we need?
I don't know.
I mean, you got to be kidding me, Keith.
I mean, listen, man.
Hey, Keith.
Anything that I can get, man. Anything that I
Keith.
can get from yes, yeah.
We tired of this. We shall overcome stuff.
Well, I work with my kids, right? So whenever I see somebody, right, and my kids have me to aspire to be, right? But if I can get the more people I can show those kids that these people have attained the highest positions in the land, right? And you too can go for it. Look at this person, and they have done this, and you can too, right? I have to believe in this, right? I have children. I have 12,000 children over the last 10 years, right? I have to believe in this. I have no choice. I have to push this on my kids. I have to give them things that they can look forward to. Right? I have to. Right? And it may be outside of the realm of reality, but I have to do it. Right? I don't have a choice. Wouldn't you want me to do that with your child? If you were a kid in my school, wouldn't you want your dean to say, you know what, this is what you can be? Right?
No,
And
we need money. We need
I
money.
was upset though. She wouldn't even define a woman though, Keith.
that's
So
fine.
no, I didn't want my child to see that. No, I didn't.
But
No,
it doesn't matter what she defines, right? It matters the position that
It mattered
somebody.
to some of us. It didn't matter to you, but it mattered to some of us. You see
Well,
what I mean?
Okay, listen.
Go ahead.
Let's get some other people involved.
I got you, man.
Duryea is back. How you doing, Duryea? How are you?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Denali? How you doing, my brother? I don't want to say
Great. I'm doing great. Another one down. They try to come up here and try to take on Mr. Denali XL, but they can't because I got facts on my side. I don't have feelings or opinion.
I just wanted to say just a couple things,
Look
man.
at
Not
that.
too much.
She's so, listen to her. Sequoise the boss. Oh my God, the ego on her. Oh my God. Too much ego, too much pride, and too much bravado. Go ahead, Duryea.
Yes, sir. So every time I listen to your live, man, I want to say that you always treat people fair. I do notice that. No matter, you don't take sides. You call people out for the facts. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that so everybody else can hear me say that.
Thank
you.
you.
You're a pretty fair guy, man. So much respects, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Duryea. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're out of here. Have a great day. Appreciate you. Thank you, brother.
Hey,
All right.
Mr. Denali.
Yes.
It's 39 days before the election, right?
Yeah.
Where your scale at today?
I'm at 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50.
You still at 50-50?
Yes, 39 days to go. 50, 50.
39 days to go, and are you gonna reveal your ballot on the day of the election after you cast your ballot?
Am I going to reveal my ballot? You want me to take a picture of it?
No, I'm not. You can't take a picture, but what I'm saying is, are you gonna come on there and say, "Well, this is where I went"?
Is this where I went? What do you mean? Where I went to go vote?
This is who I voted for. Come on, bro.
Let me say this.
Let me say you don't know what we're saying.
Let me say this.
Okay.
I am going to vote, and I'm not voting for a loser like our good friend Charlie out in California. I'm going to vote. Okay, as a journalist. Listen, because I am a journalist. Okay. What?
Okay, you're a journalist. Okay.
I'm a journalist, and I'm going to follow the creed of all journalists.
That's your occupation?
Yeah, I'm a member of the NABJ, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you did not. What is it? The National Black Journalists Association.
That's correct, sir.
Oh, my man. Go ahead, brother. I like that. Yeah. So I already know which way you're going. So I don't know why you pushing that smoke like that.
I don't know what. Listen, sir. You don't know. You don't know anything what I'm going to do or not do, sir.
Listen. If you do anything contrary to that, bro, they need to remove you from the NBJA.
Again, sir. Do you think they do not have? Do you think they do not have conservative members of the NABJ?
Listen. You know what? Y'all kill me. You Negroes kill me with this. I'm a conservative. I'm an independent. I'm a all that crap. Listen,
why do you say it's crap though?
Because it is. Because,
sir, just because I'm black doesn't mean I have to think. Sir, just because I'm black doesn't mean I have to think one way.
Bro, we know that. But under the circumstances, brother, what's at stake?
So would you have said the same thing for people? Would you have said the same thing for people who voted for Bush too? For black people?
Listen.
No, that's a question.
Listen, those ones.
That's a question, sir.
The ones who.
Sir.
Yeah, please, the ones who voted for Bush.
But, sir, if a black person was voting for Bush too,
right?
What would you have said about him? Them?
He's a Bojangle.
Right. So it doesn't matter about Trump. You don't want black people to vote Republican.
Damn.
Not so much.
Walker
not
Bay.
So much.
Walker Bay.
Let me explain.
No, I don't want you to explain right now because you would have said that if there's somebody voted for Ronald Reagan, Mitt Romney, John McCain, George Herbert Walker Bush, or George W. Bush.
We already know who they are in the
So it's not about Donald Trump. You don't want black people to vote for Republicans.
White supremacists.
Sir, you don't want black people to vote for Republicans. They are not able to be free thinking and say these things align with me more than the Democrat. And you find that when black people do that, they're voting against their interests. They're voting against their race. Would that be accurate?
They're just like Samuel Jackson on both on what was it?
He's Steven from Django.
Django. What was the boy name? What was the man?
Steven.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it doesn't. You like to say it's because sir, Mr. Walker, you like to say it's because of Donald Trump, but it's about Republicans. You don't want black people to vote for Republican. I have called that black people as a whole, 45%, should vote for Republican to bring the Democrats to their knees and get things that we need for our community.
You got to be joking me, right?
I'm not. I'm very serious. I'm working on a plan, a contract. I don't know what it's going to be called, but we're working on a plan, contract for Black America. The things that we need in our community to help us get off the bottom floor of many categories. And we're not going to get it with the Democrats voting 92%. As soon as they start the election, they know they got 92% of us. Why would they need to do anything special for us?
I'm a Republican
not
myself.
Not giving away your vote for nothing.
Let me say something, right? Ever since we've been able to vote, since 1968, we've been able to vote, right?
Yeah.
We black people.
Yeah.
Right? Black people, not Caucasian people,
I
not
gotcha.
Asian
Please,
people,
come on, let's go.
to
Black
us.
people, yes.
Right. And in regards to that, those people stood in the trenches for us to be able to vote
Okay, great.
on things in which
So we
gonna help
so we owe them.
our ancestors. Absolutely.
So we owe them. So
We
it's
owe
what
our ancestors,
is this
bro.
a life sentence that we all have to vote for Democrats?
Yes.
We owe them
No,
the
I
ability.
disagree. You got a diseased mindset, Walker Bay. I like you, but up in Virginia, I don't know what they're putting in that water, but you got a diseased mindset. If you
No,
think I
sir.
owe the Democratic Party anything, my vote is personal to me, and I'm going to vote the way that I feel best serves my interests. That's
Right,
the
so-
problem right now. Democrats think they just open up the books. We got 92% of them, so we don't have to do anything for them because they're not going anywhere. Use
Okay.
some critical thinking skills and think outside the box and stop saying, well, we owe them, so we have to continue doing it. I'm not teaching my son that. No way. No way.
I hear how you yelling and everything, but that still doesn't negate the fact that, listen, when I look at the Democratic Party, I see the world. I see the world. Many shades of people. When I look at the Republican Party, I see absolutely void of us.
Okay.
Now that's all I need to hear.
And I'm a Republican, Mr. Wolf.
I'm not gonna push myself upon nobody to be trying to kiss up to anybody that don't want me to be there anyway from the beginning. And
Mr.
that's what they do.
I don't want people to take my vote for granted and not give me things
How
for my
many
vote.
rallies did you go on the Republican side that was in sundown towns and you was accepted?
How many
Because
sundown towns?
he went to 10 of them.
Mr. Walker Bay. How
He
many
went to 10
sundown?
of them.
Mr. Walker Bay. How many sundown towns are there?
Like 300 of them.
300 sundown towns
In America.
In America.
Yes.
Okay, and that's wrong.
Absolutely.
That's wrong. What are the Democrats doing to stop the sundown towns?
Well, they've marched in a lot of them.
Give me a second, Keith.
How many sundown towns is it, Mr. Denali?
No, sorry, I don't know.
No. You just said it's not 300. It's
No,
300
I didn't
plus.
say that, sir. I said, listen. I said, what are Democrats doing to abolish the sundown towns?
Listen, man, we're going past them. We're not
What do you
even.
mean? Okay. So what are you doing?
They're gonna be obsolete.
Sir, what are the Democrats doing to abolish sundown towns?
Nothing.
Listen, there's nothing that they can do in particular.
Okay, so when you
except for the
say,
simple fact,
sir,
when
sir,
they move
you-
into,
sir,
hey, listen, when they move into their
no, I'm not
community-
going to listen. I'm asking you a question. What you said we're going past the Democrats. What are you doing past the Democrats? Using politics to stop it?
What am I doing per
Yeah,
se?
you said you're going past the Democrats. I don't know what that means. Please explain. Be specific.
See, everything can't be televised.
I don't know what that
Everything
means.
can't be televised.
Bill Scott Heron said the revolution will be televised.
No, everything can't be televised, brother. The
I
revolution.
don't know what that means. I'm not sure I even want to. I'm not sure I even want to know what that
has
means.
already started, bro.
All right. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Miss, who's this up here? Let's go to Nitro Jesus, or is it Jesus? Which one is it?
Mr. Denali, this is James, man. I changed that name.
James,
a long
what's up,
time
brother?
ago.
My good friend from Tennessee. How you
I
doing?
changed that, and I couldn't change it 7 days later. Some people thought it was cool. I need to change that back. That's probably inappropriate. But I'm not touching this subject with a 10-foot pole. I'll allow the girl in the bottom, there's something
Yo-yo.
down there. I'm not even, I'll let y'all debate that, and I want to listen and learn.
Okay. All right. Great. Let's.
Yo-yo.
I'll touch it.
Yeah,
You wanna touch it, Yo-Yo?
I'll touch it. I'll touch any topic.
Yeah, you got to give me some ammo tonight, yo.
Keith, you're my buddy.
Mr. James says Nitro, formerly Mr. James, said he's not touching this subject.
Yo, my girl, man. I don't give a fuck.
Mr. Special K is on the panel. Mr. Special K, how you doing, sir?
I'm all right, D. How's the panel doing? I see y'all got some good conversation going on, my brother.
We got
Hey,
it, man.
Special
It's
K.
always hot up in here. It's always hot.
Hey, Special K.
Hey, darling. Listen, man. How everybody doing tonight? See what D is saying as a whole. See, but the point is, some people miss the words. He said, as a whole, what can we help each other when we get
Who's got
a?
that? Who's got that music? Who's got mic is open? Is that you, Special K?
Hold on a minute. That's my son got that
Okay.
football game. Okay, let's go again. I'm sorry about that.
Go
But
ahead.
anyway, he said as a whole, not as a symbol. It's like getting one quarterback for the whole entire NFL, and we only get one quarterback. That's good for a position. Yeah, I can become whatever the Secretary of State. Not too many people want to get in the Secretary of State, which is going to help up 4 or 5 other people who want to become the Secretary of State. But if we talk about it as a whole, we got to get the same thing the Asian community, the ABC community, and the immigrants are getting, guys. That's all we need. Give us something to work with. Give us something, and when working with means economically, because we got economics, we can send another kids. We can do scholarships to send our kids to college and become lawyers and doctors and all that, man. We trying to get a part of this piece of this pie. We're not getting a piece of the pie. We fighting for everything we get, guys. We fighting we fighting to speak. We fighting to walk down the street. You go buy a car, they looking at you, they looking at you how how you present yourself. You're looking at how you are, anytime you go into a place of business, they're checking us out for us, thinking we're trying to steal. We have to take charge. It's time for us to come together and put our emotions to the side and stand up as a 13. We spend, I think that our network is 1.5 trillion. We got to step up, man. We have to come together. And we need to do it now because the Asians and the immigrants are pushing us to the side. We got to fight, man. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to come together. And if we come together, they already know. It's over because we got more skills. You see, we got all the skills. We invent most of the inventions. We're not getting our credit. So we got to take our credit. We got to come together, guys, and make this thing happen. For our grandkids, we have to. Our ancestors depend on us to take charge. This is our time.
Bro, you're next. That's it, Special K. Special K coming through with the heat. Always coming up.
Hey,
And
Mr. Denali.
yes.
Oh, can I just say, Special K? I said our people need to read Dr. Claude Anderson's. Is it Powernomics? Is that the name of the book? Because we what's it? 1.some% of the we don't even own anything, our race, and it's like I don't know. I'm just frustrated. We
I
don't
get
get it.
frustrated too when we
We
talk
don't
about
get
the
it,
symbols.
and
We
it's
want
like they're not
representation.
opening their eyes and they're not getting it.
Mr. Rowe?
We could.
Yeah. So when Yo-Yo say don't own anything, what are you talking about, Yo-Yo? Like property?
Resources. We don't own any things that matter. We're not in a position like things that matter in like our neighborhoods and our communities.
But most of the people on the panel probably not in those neighborhoods. I don't live in the neighborhood. I would think Denali is not in a black neighborhood.
I'm talking about things
I
like
can't speak.
banks. We don't own banks. We're things like that.
They do have blacks that own banks.
A few.
Actually, I have a
Bank is
relative.
one of them.
I have a relative that own a bank in Atlanta, a black
I
bank.
said a few.
Well, okay, you got to start somewhere. A few years ago, they didn't have anything. During my time, people was just starting to vote. Actually, they wasn't being able to vote. So you gradually got to work your way up. And I've seen it happening, but I've seen a divide just starting to come. I didn't see that divide before Trump. I didn't see our people leaving and going to separate. And now you got an 85 to like 15% differential. I didn't see that. So, I mean, go ahead,
Still.
Denali. You want to play? Somebody want to play something?
No, I didn't. I don't know who that was. I'm not sure who that
Oh,
was.
okay.
Rowe.
I was
Mr.
just saying, I'm with you. I'm almost finished. I'm with you 100%, Walker Bay, and I'm glad for you speaking up. And I did hear the dog whistle. I heard the call. If everybody else didn't hear it, I heard what you said. And I'm done.
Hey, Mr. Rowe, what is she saying is that, yes, we have a few sprinkle here and there.
Yes.
I mean, don't we know that with your knowledge, Mr. Rowe, you can have your own historic school. You can have one with your knowledge and understanding that we can support. Someone else in our community can own, a tire company, a tire manufacturing. See, our point is we're not able to compete with these guys, man. We have to be competitive. We're just going along getting these crumbs. I looked at a guy named Robert Smith. He's worth $12 billion. Nobody even talked to him. He come out to college in Morehouse and he speak a lot. See, these are guys that we're aspiring to because we're trying to help our community, man. We have to dig in. We have to put all these side emotions to the side because these people have a strategy. They're a team. They might not like each other. I understood that when I got in the military, man. I understand. Hold on a minute. How do you sorry guys who can't even march straight or read a manual? How they always being successful? And I'm listening. It's like I was snoop behind the door and listening to these guys, man. They have guys that can't even read. They protect them. We don't protect each other. We
The problem is,
man, that's sad, man. It's just sad, bro.
no, Special K. The problem is when we get well off, we leave that community. No one want to live in a black hood once you done got well off.
They do.
They leave. So now, who goes into the black community to make money? The stores.
Yeah.
The stores. If they want to go and put a store there, you make money off the community. But come on, let's be real. When you increase your wealth, you do not want to stay in a dilapidated community.
That's true.
And that's just it. And right now, I don't know in the different cities. I can't talk about other places that I'm not living in. I'll tell you about mine that was way behind. The white folks are moving in the black community here. Okay? So that's the way it is now. They're walking around at 1, 2 in the morning, walking their dogs and stuff like that. That's what's in the black communities here in New Orleans. If you want me to say what Joe Biden has done for the Louisiana, he put billions in Louisiana because the plan during Katrina was to wash away that old stuff in New Orleans, those old streets. And they've been taken one by one and paving each street. And when the Super Bowl is shown, they're going to showcase and show you how New Orleans is. That'll be in January. So they done put billions. And you know how they got that money? And I'm just going on because I know Denali said, what did they do? What did they do for the black community? What did they do? Well, we had Cedric Richmond from New Orleans. He was Joe Biden's right-hand man. So Cedric Richmond made it possible that they come down here and revamp the whole sewage and water board. That's the water system down here, so we won't be flooding. That's what Cedric Richmond did. And I forgot the name of all the money that they put up a separate program. Denali will probably know what it is, but guess who they brought to head that? Our outgoing mayor, Mitch Landrieu. He's over billions and billions of dollars to give to the communities around the United States. But guess what? A lot of the money came to New Orleans. So if we're going to speak on what the Biden administration did, they did a lot for Louisiana. And that's all I'm going to say. But I heard you, Walker Bay, and you spot on.
I agree with
Oh,
you
I
on that, but
forgot
I
one
still
more thing.
go
One
on.
more thing. For those who don't know it, I know when you go, and I'm just speaking it because Denali asks everybody, what did they do? What did they do to help the black community? What did they do? Well, first of all, everyone, even Trump, when he running for president and he goes sit down and he get that money from the millionaires and he asks them what do they want, they tell him what they want. Some of them told him to get Vance on the ticket. That wasn't Trump's choice. They told him to put Vance on the ticket, just like Joe Biden with the Black Caucus. They told him to put a black woman on the ticket, put a black woman as vice president because they needed. It was the time for women to start rising. They have a lot of men. And so the stuff that we never talked about is how many federal judges around the United States that Joe Biden is putting on the federal judgeship. So they, like Walker Bay said, there are things that are being done, but they're not talked about. Now, how the federal judges impact my city? Because when it came time for opening, or they got rid of some judges that was on there, they had to go through Cedric Richmond. He was the one. He made the pick in this state. I don't know who make the picks in other states, but that's the way the game is played and has been played. I'm done.
That's true because see what I see is that they know how to put the money behind the people that they want in position. Our point is we're not putting any money behind anyone to make a difference. We have to come together as a group. It's like she said about reading. If you guys read Powernomics, and I hope you do, so we can one day discuss that,
Then they'll
what
understand what
Dr.
I'm saying.
Claude Anderson talk about. Just read that book. If not, here I'll buy everybody one and send it to you. And we need to get on those type of strategy to get in position. We're not in a position to ask for anything, and we don't put any money behind. We ain't not putting no 100 million behind anybody. I can't talk to you if you can't put no money behind me to get my word out. So that's why we're not getting this thing. We only got to vote.
I do got to ask a question.
If Denali is going to run for office, he need $100 million.
And learn about that.
But Special K is going deeper than that. Not only are they not doing anything for the community, they're making it worse by putting the migrants in the black communities to make an already bad situation worse.
Well, the thing about that migrants going into the black communities is that didn't happen because of some Democrat that did that shit, right? The motherfuckers down there put all those people, 50, 60, 70 buses, and then loaded them up and shipped them out, right? There are 15 or
But
16
you got to be
cities
fair,
in between.
Keith. The Democrats requested to be the sanctuary cities.
You're right.
So they
You're
did.
right. Some of them did. Yes, ma'am. But we're talking about where they could have stopped, right? But they had a vendetta, right? So instead of sending them to the sanctuary city in Oklahoma, that was 385 miles north, what they did is ship them 1,700 miles to Chicago, 2,600 miles to New York, right? And we could have, like, and I just don't understand, like, and didn't tell them where they were going. So they human trafficked these people to a place that they didn't know anything about and didn't authorize themselves to be because they didn't understand it. And they played this political football. So if we're going to hold people responsible, while we should hold these cities responsible when they didn't have the infrastructure to hold on to it, what we should have done, because we would have thought we would have evenly distributed people throughout the country. And that's not what old Hot Wheels did down there in Texas. He decided, F that. I'm going to get my get back on these goddamn Democrats. And he used people and humans to do it. Right? And that's horrific. He has to be held accountable for that shit. That's human trafficking, and nobody wants to hold on to that.
Well, Keith, you got to look at it like this. In Texas, they're not coming in through New York. If New York was on this end and 9 million Haitians decided to come to New York, and Texas had agreed to accept that because they're going to get the income to housing those people. We got to turn that down. Just turn that down. No, we don't want no sanctuary city. We're going to vet everybody that come through this country the legal way. It just, you can't do anything illegal. That's the bottom line. Either we gonna follow the law or we not. Now the point is, if just say Denali, he got North Carolina, Roe got Roe got New Orleans.
Yeah.
I have Virginia, and I said, okay, you can send them my country, just you can send them my state. I'll take the money.
Yeah.
We gonna house them. We gonna pay for them. We got to stop that. We got to end that right there and just do things the right way.
What do you mean?
What happened to doing things by the rules?
I did.
We got a commandment that we got to follow. And I find that no one don't want to follow the commandment. They want to do what they want to do, no matter how it sounds. Yeah, it sounds bad, but I guarantee you, if that was you and I, and by about 20 million of us decide to come through that border, it'll be a whole different situation. It really would, man. It's not right for people just coming. Just imagine we had 20 million Russians decide they want to come and be sanctuary.
I got you, Mr. K. The thing about it is that we have this law, and our law states, right? This is our law, and you can go check it yourself, right? The law states that that all you have to do is put your feet on American soil, right? And once you put your feet on American soil, you have 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes to turn yourself into an authority and claim asylum. Right before then, you haven't even committed so much as the infraction of trespassing. Right. So and until we can, and it may be a law that we need to change. Right. That's obviously something we need to change. But right now, when people are saying that people are doing something illegal, they're not. They're doing exactly what I would do if the United States was Guatemala. I'd be doing this shit to Mexico. I guarantee it. I'd be doing this shit to Canada. Right. And I would be doing whatever I could to get my children to Canada or Mexico if the United States were to turn into Guatemala. I guarantee it. So would you.
I don't blame them.
I don't blame them at all, but you do have to look at it. I look at it like this. We go all overseas to fight for other countries who claim the people are being misused. What is the problem with dealing with Mexico and Guatemala and them, helping them get up to that point where they don't have to leave their country? It's a game that they've been played, man. They're keeping us in the same situation where they're not doing anything for them people that's right next door to us. What is the problem? What I read something about the oil. Did you know Mexico is one of the top oil producing companies in the world? They got billions of dollars, man. You gotta see, we gotta look at the whole picture. When you're talking about doing research, just look at the whole thing, man. Just go and pull every situation that you know about each country and see what's happening. Somebody is taking advantage of these people, man. They're taking advantage of these people.
All right, let's let Nurse Neat in here. She's been quiet for a little while. Nurse Neat, do you have anything you want to add, or?
Yeah, I was just listening to the conversation about the border. I live in Texas also. Yeah, I'll just say I'm also a jail nurse, guys. So I do have direct oversight over 38 jails, some on the Texas border. So I am actually on the forefront of certain individuals coming into Texas illegally, and I have to be careful with some of my words when it comes to this subject. But I am privy to the crimes that are being committed by some of these individuals. Not all, but large quantities. I'll just put it that way.
Got it.
So I will agree. There is a big problem with that no one seems to be able to solve, and we're here, right in the middle of it, and we are struggling. Our jails are full. We don't have anywhere to put these people. They're getting free health care. I myself, I'm nurses. I have no bias, right? I take care of people regardless of what they're in there for, race, nationality. I don't care. But these people are receiving free health care. And it does bother me. I'll admit that. But I don't see how all this can be resolved. I don't. And I wish I like what you said, Special K. You make a lot of sense, but it's frustrating for us being on the front line, seeing all this, and no one's helping us.
Right.
Mr. Denali, are you speaking in regards that you saying that people that's incarcerated is getting free health care?
Nurse Nick, she said she's on the. Oh wait, no, Nurse Nick, you want to clarify who you speaking about? Who's getting free health care? Are you talking about
Indigent.
undocumented immigrants or what are you speaking of?
Undocumented. Yes, sir.
Undocumented immigrants
Yes.
in Texas are getting free health care?
Correct. Just for example, there have been several Venezuelans that have come into one of my facilities pregnant. Crime varies from burglary to human trafficking, and these are women. Okay.
So you're saying when they're in jail, they're getting free health care?
Correct. The county pays for it. See, I'm only in county, by the way.
Right, I know, but what is the county supposed to do if someone is in their care, needs health care? How does that,
How does it work? Well, the taxpayers pay for it.
I know, but what do you want the facility to do? Just not treat the people?
Oh, no, not at all. That's not what I meant. I'm just trying to figure out what is the solution in terms of, mitigating.
No, I'm saying, but when you say free health care, and you don't, good point, Walker. What is it? Doesn't everybody get free health care when they're incarcerated?
No, sir, they do not. People that come in, 50% of the time, they do have money when they come in. They have family members.
Okay, this is my situation. The question is, when you are incarcerated, are you paying for health care?
Yes, some of it you are. Yes.
Tell me how do they get a bill?
Yes, so they get charged, and nobody say no because I do the charging, I do the billing. Okay, so family members can put money on their books, and we charge a certain amount for their health care. Okay, or they come in with money. You'd be surprised. People come in with tens and thousands of dollars.
Got it. And they confiscate the money for their health care.
Correct. If they don't have money, then the county has to eat that cost.
Well, there's no difference than if they go to the emergency room.
Exactly. And that's where they bring it.
I don't listen. I don't know a lot about the prison or jail system. I assume that if you're in the county's care or the federal government's, whatever, you're incarcerated, that you're going to get health care if you're ill.
Correct.
Yep. That's what they do for anyone that's sick, that's in jail. I'm sorry, Nurse Neil. I worked in the prison and I was over the budget. So I know how that works. If a prisoner gets sick, anyone that's in the care of the sheriff or what have you, if they get sick, they have to take that person to the emergency room.
Right.
Here, they would go to University Hospital. They treat those patients. Yes. If they have to operate on them, they operate on them. They do have health care in the jails.
In some
I know they do.
Yes, in some circumstances, you're correct. They do go to the ER, but that is, we do have nurses and doctors in the clinics there in the jail that take care of them. You know that. You're talking about a
but
prison.
They can't take care of major things.
Prison, they do that.
They have an infirmary in jails and prisons to take care of minor things. If it's something major, I assume surgery and things like that, then they take them to a hospital. Right. But I guess I was more concerned with what you're saying. They get free health care, which let people maybe think that they're talking about people on the street and things like that. But you're saying in prison, in your jail, that some inmates who have money, you guys take the money if they get sick, and that's how it's paid for some people?
I don't know about prison because I've never worked in prison.
Okay, jail and prison are two different things. Your jail, if they have money and they get sick, you guys will confiscate their property to pay for the services. Is that what you're saying?
We will take the money that's on their books, correct? A
If
portion
you
of
have
it.
to give them health care.
Yes, a
Okay.
portion of it.
So
Right,
if
I got
somebody
it.
puts money on the books, which is, I'm suppose there are some rich people that put money on books, but the vast majority will just put enough money on the books for themselves to live. But we're not like, and I was checking whether or not people can, if you can confiscate the goods that they came with. So if somebody
No,
comes in with a duffel bag, you can't confiscate the money
no,
that
that's
they
not at
came with
all what I'm
because they have
saying.
a duffel bag. I
You're
was
talking
just
about
wondering.
cash.
Cash, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Cash. If they don't have cash, then they're getting free health care, but they're getting that outside as well. I was just interested. Thank you, Walker Bay, because I heard it, but I don't think it registered. I wanted to
Okay.
make sure we got that flushed out because I think people will run with that and say they're giving free health care to undocumented people in Texas, but we need to drill down on it and get the actual factual information. And if you're in jail, then you get free health care. But I thought that was just kind of understood.
Sorry if I didn't
No, it's okay. It's
explain
okay.
that fully.
Let's give Quinn an opportunity. Quinn, how you doing? Quinn, what is this guy's name? Person's name? What is this? Quentin, is that you, sir? Anyway, okay, let's leave Quentin in the corner.
Now, if he's not there, if he's not there,
Right.
then you know what you
Because
do.
he was waiting. Sometimes people walk away, so I don't want to boot him just yet. Let's give our good friend Cherie. Cherie, how you doing? Good to see you. How you been?
Hi everyone. I've been super busy.
You been what?
I said I've been super busy, but I want to get on and say hi. But I also want to echo Mr. Denali because we're in Georgia and I know that the weather is coming through. So
Right.
hoping that you and the pup over there is staying safe.
Yeah, he's fine. The pup is in training right now. He's down in Lovejoy. So he's in training. He's with a trainer and everything else like that. So he's fine. He's he's as rambunctious as usual. So we're trying to make sure he gets a little bit better with his rambunctiousness, I guess. But I know you've been busy. Anything you want to share with us with the Democratic Party or anything? Or come on, let's go. What you got?
First of all,
Let's go blue.
First of all, I'm not a Democrat.
Okay, it's okay.
You should
Okay.
be.
Well, you work. Okay, hang on a second. You work with Democrats. Is that correct?
No, the organization that I work for is nonprofit, nonpartisan.
Okay.
So,
Okay, but Cherie, did you
Mr.
go to the Black
Denali is
Caucus event?
referring to the fact that
Did
my
you go to the
family.
Black Caucus event?
I did.
Is that a Democratic organization?
No, that is a nonpartisan organization.
Like the Black Caucus is not a Democratic organization?
No, it is
Oh, I'm
nonpartisan.
sorry. I'm misinformed. My apologies. Democratic organization?
No, it is
Oh, I'm
nonpartisan.
sorry. I'm misinformed. My apologies. Democrat.
Are you a Democrat?
No, I don't.
Mr.
you a
Walker Bay is a
Republican?
super Democrat. He says that if you're doing
Are you a-
anything other than voting for Democratic, then you are misinformed and you are going against your race.
So I used to be a Democrat. I used to work for the Democratic Party. But now, in my older adult years, I have stepped away from party systems. I don't really.
So you don't vote?
What changed?
I
Cherie?
do.
What made you step
You
away?
vote?
I do vote.
You vote Republican?
I vote based on candidates. I don't vote based on parties.
No. I asked you, do you vote for Republican?
Yes, I have.
Are you voting for a Republican this time?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Protect our nation.
He act like he was gonna do something. If you said
I know. You better vote for a
he act
Democrat,
like he was gonna do
ma'am.
something.
Miss Sherry, I'm a goddamn Republican, and I'm voting to protect my nation. Right? I'm absolutely
That is great.
against goddamn Donald Trump. There ain't no fucking way I'm voting for Donald Trump. I'm a Marine. I gotta protect this goddamn country. Never let this
I'm
shit
glad you're standing on what you believe in. But
Trump 24.
What you
And I
believe
feel the
in?
same way about the other side.
All right, listen. Let's give Miss Cherie an opportunity to say her opening statement before we walk or bay
Okay.
and jump
All
on
right,
her
go ahead.
and trying to intimidate her not to vote for Donald J. Trump. Go ahead, Miss Cherie.
I cannot be swayed or intimidated.
I know you can't, but Walker Bay, he tries to come with that voice. Who you voting for?
Yes, but Yo-Yo asked why I stepped away. I don't. I actually never. I've always been a little distant from the entire idea of party system since just being in my education. And I wholeheartedly believe that in my community and my culture that believing in a party system is not in our advantage. And I believe that it has put us at a disadvantage, and our political power lies in us as a whole and not in us supporting a party system.
That's so.
I agree.
That sounds so unintelligent.
Well, thank you, Walker.
One more time, Miss Sherry. I missed a little bit of that, man.
What you just said, right?
You got to call him Walker Bay, otherwise he gets upset.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That's his
Walker
name,
Bay.
Walker Bay.
I'm very respectful,
Absolutely.
so.
No, I'm very respectful too, okay, Cherie? What you stated was, let me see, you said that you don't think as a party you should be affiliated, but as a whole, we need to come collective. Okay, if that be the case, you saying collective as black people coming together as a whole? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so I believe that our political, okay.
Hold on. So with that being said, with black people coming together, right? We can't even come together collectively in a party. Much less as you saying to come collectively together as a whole. That makes no sense.
But
the only way that we could go ahead.
That's because our beliefs and values all are different. So to believe in a party that has very much so streamlined ideology is really not the overall of our culture. I believe that, some people say that we should have our own party system. I believe that we should have something similar to what has been formed, like the Working Families Party, where we influence we use our political power to influence and maybe support candidates on a local level.
I kind of agree with you, Miss Sherry. I've been a Republican for a long time. I don't know if I can ever go a different route because of some of the beliefs I have, but I can see how you vote just in the particulars of protecting the foundation of what it is that you believe into the citizens that are around you. So I can kind of understand where you're at with that, how you would drop the party system. I wish I could do that shit.
Hey, Keith, me and you are similar but different. Like, we're similar in the sense of, like, our values as far as Republican. You just don't like the person Trump. Like, I ain't focusing on him as the person. You see what I'm saying? I'm going against the other party. You know what I mean?
Yo, hey.
I'm saying our conservative views. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why we like each other, Keith.
That's my baby, though. You know
that's why we like each other.
You know that.
Don't mess with my yo-yo.
Absolutely. So, Miss Cherie, anything else going on that we should know about? Anything good?
Yeah, Mr. Denali, I got more questions for him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Walker Bay.
He's not running anything. You don't gotta apologize to him. He's thinking you're gonna come up. Listen, Walker Bay, you gotta calm down, okay? Just because somebody chooses to vote not Democrat doesn't mean that they are against their race.
No, Mr. Denali, I got a question.
What's the question?
Ask you a question?
Ask me the question. I'll let you know if I'll let her answer it.
Okay. So, she, as a conservative, that means you have these values of honesty, integrity.
There he goes.
So I'm not a I'm not a
Moral.
conservative.
You
Yeah, I
have
don't know where you
moral.
got the fact that she's a conservative.
Huh?
That's me, Walker.
Where did you get that? Who you, Mr.
Well, that's
Walker
what I
Bay?
heard. So I heard conservatives. That's holding up the values
Keith,
of the
Keith said
principles.
conservative. Miss Cherie has never said that she's a conservative.
That was Keith and Yo-Yo.
I heard Keith and Yo-Yo say that, and I'm asking all three of them that you believe in honesty, integrity.
How could you vote for Trump? I got you.
I'm not voting for Trump.
Because I'm not voting for Trump. I'm against. I told you I'm not voting for Trump, the man. I already told you that.
Yeah, absolutely. I despise that Mosey Fozy, man. There's no way I'd let him lead my nation.
So if it helps Walker Bay, if you were to,
So let me ask you this: would you say, Sherry?
if it helps you to understand better,
Yes.
if you were to put my thinking and ideas on a political spectrum,
Yes.
that so much matters to some people. I probably would be considered what we call a lean Democrat because I probably I voted for more Democrats in my life than I have Republicans, but I have participated in Republican elections and primaries.
Oh, okay. I take that, but this again.
It's the same way I could ask you, Walker Bay, if you have certain beliefs about how you could vote for certain things laws they've passed. So it's the same kind of
Well, you
idea.
already said that black people owe Democrats their vote forever.
No, I'm saying, so I could say you might have certain, I don't know, like religious beliefs, and I could say, well, how could you vote for a
Cherie,
party
he said
that
that
believes in
because Democrats helped us vote, that we
The same
owe them
concept.
our vote forever. Isn't that what you said, Mr. Walker Bay?
We do owe them our vote, right? Because they help, but we don't owe them to vote for them. We owe them to vote and take part in the system. We don't owe shit to them.
That was bipartisan too.
What Mr. Walker Bay said was that because of that, we owe our votes to the Democrats. That's what he said. He could never vote for a Republican ever.
Listen.
Wasn't that bipartisan though?
Okay,
So
give me a
I
second,
can say
Yo-Yo.
this,
Give me a second, Yo-Yo and Keith. I want Cherie. That's what Mr. Walker Bay. Am I misquoting you, or is that what you said?
A little bit.
I think what Walker Bay is, he wants somebody up here to agree with him a little bit.
No, I don't care if you don't agree with me, Miss Sheree.
But I'll say this, if it helps. We as a culture, I do feel like we have been able to influence and get more policies into Congress through the Democratic side versus the Republican side.
There you go. Thank you. And so that means we getting stuff done. We're getting stuff done. And the more we keep pushing our people, the more we get the right people in and get the wrong people out, which we know that the dysfunctionality is the Republican Party. I don't give a damn about.
If the Democrats know as soon as they open up to start to vote that you got 92% of a block, why are they going to do anything for you?
And that's my problem.
You keep saying why. Are you saying when you say me as like me, they have done more than enough because I'm successful. I'm successful.
I'm talking about. I'm
not looking at it personally,
sir. I'm talking about the collective whole of a black community.
Okay, now let me speak on that. They are doing that, Mr.Denali. How is it that you're not seeing that?
What?
How is it that you're not seeing that? Listen, the Democrats have put more brothers and sisters out here to work that wasn't working at one time.
Do you think that the Democratic Party takes the black vote for granted?
No.
Yes.
Listen. Let me say this, right? Cori Bush, remember her down there in Missouri? Right? She jumped out of her lane, and look what happened to her.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm talking about the collective.
Listen, if you jump out your lane and don't do what you're supposed to, then we're going to vote you out.
Sir, I don't care.
That was
the Democratic Party takes the black vote for granted.
And that also speaks to the party. So you're stating, because I'm very familiar with what happened to Cori Bush. You're stating that if you don't fall in line with what all of the ideologies of the party,
We're going to get rid of you.
we're going to basically get rid of you and put someone in
Play
there
or
that
get the
will.
hell out the way.
Like they did Bynum.
That's what. Listen,
Man,
they
that's
didn't do that to Biden. They didn't
That's
do
what my
that to
party
Biden.
did to me, right? They moved
Listen,
on without me, right? And I like, so like the values that I held, right? The strong military, all the rest of that shit, it moved on without me, because along with the strong military and maybe our ability to do fuck shit to other countries from time to time, I know some of that was necessary. But then the honor went away, and then the dignity, and then like what used to be the primary leadership characteristic was character. And once somebody told me, man, well, I don't care about his private life. I don't care about who he is. You don't care about who the leader is, because as the leader goes, the society goes. And if you stop caring about the character in leadership, then you stop giving a fuck about it in your society. And the society only functions because people are kind to each other. It's a group of individuals working together to ease the strain of everyday life. That's what a society is. You fuck up character, you fuck up society.
I agree.
and you got to have a strong leader. That's correct.
And Donald Trump is the weakest man in the room, in every room that I've ever seen.
Absolutely, I concur with that, brother.
So how do you think we feel about somebody scared to do like interviews and things? Do you think that we think somebody like that is strong?
When I looked at the strength, right, I
What do
watched
you
her
mean by that?
obliterate that motherfucker in the room.
No,
So
I'm just curious.
if there's a strength, there's a strength differential. And if I'm gonna have to pick somebody that's not strong, I'm gonna pick the person that obliterated the other person, right? And Donald Trump got obliterated on the stage with the one-on-one matchup. So I'm gonna look at that matchup right there. And if there's a secondary matchup, then I'll take that matchup into consideration. But right now he got obliterated. So if both of them are weak, then he's the weakest.
Do you remember I was honest that night and I told you that she did better than I thought she would, whatever. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I do have to be honest and say it was 3-1. Did I like Donald Trump that night?
What you
No.
mean
And I was
3-1?
honest to everyone on here about it.
You were.
He said made dumb, crazy comments. What was that?
He was.
Yo, you just said that it was 3 to
No, I
1.
said that. I'm talking about they didn't fact check anything that she said. You don't feel as though that they didn't make her answer any questions that she was asked.
Right.
He talked, she was bringing up
Yo.
stuff from 40, 50 years ago. They're like, she stayed on topic. And I'm like, I brought up like all kinds of topics. She went back 30, 40 years ago. I'm like, no, she did not stay on topic. What are you
I was
talking
honest.
about?
I was honest too,
He
yo.
stayed on
Right?
topic more than your boy stayed on. He didn't answer any question.
It's always a tit for tat with y'all, everybody.
No,
So it's
he
just like,
didn't.
whatever.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
just
hey,
saying
yo,
you have
yo.
your opinion and I have mine. My point of the matter is I was honest about it that night. Was I not, Mr. Denali?
You changed, yo. You done changed.
Absolutely.
You changed.
No, I'm not changing. I just said that she did a good job. Did I
when
not?
you make a statement, you stay with it. Oh,
Yo was
she
I
honest
be-
about
stayed with my statement, but at the end of the day, even that night, I said it was 3-1. What are you talking about? But I said she did a great
all right.
job.
He did. Yo said that,
Still
man.
saying that.
Exactly.
She did three. It was 3-1, but she did a great job. That's my honest opinion of that night.
I listened
If
to
you
you.
want to say 3 to
keeping it
1,
real.
so what
He
do you?
did.
I have a question. So what do you think about a person that want to debate Trump again and he don't want to debate? Now, what do you think about that? I heard you ask about the interview, so I'm saying she want to debate Trump again. Trump don't want to debate.
No,
What
Trump
you
don't
think
want
about that?
Mr. Roach. He don't want to debate her on her grounds. If she
I
wanted
think
to
that
debate,
he don't want to debate her on her grounds because
That's
it was
right.
3-1, and I
Yeah,
think everything that he wanted, she was turning down, right?
look
He
at Mr.
said
Roach.
she will debate him anywhere.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
No,
No, that's
it's
not what I
she didn't.
read.
Because
That's
she
not
didn't
what I
want to go on the
He
Fox
said
News.
Fox was out. She did
She didn't
say
want to go on the
was
Fox
out.
News.
She was
know-
turning things down that he said.
That's right.
So that's
Tell
not
her to
true,
come on
Mr. Rowe.
Fox News then. Tell her to come on
I
Fox
wouldn't
News.
go
Is she
to
bad?
I wouldn't go to a network that would
no news. Fox News is for
putting out false
entertainment
information.
purposes.
Entertainment, brother. That's
here we
Fox
go.
everybody know
News
that.
is an entertainment news network. It is
All
not
right, entertainment, Mr. Rowe. Have you been?
news.
Well, obviously ABC is now too.
That's right. Because they cheated.
Let's just say,
There you go. That sounds like a football game. When the game is over, it's over.
I mean, he didn't want to
They
do
cheated.
CNN, but CNN is
That's
conservative
the
owned
same
too.
way they're gonna say about the election. They cheated.
They
Miss
cheated.
Yo-Yo, I have a question for you.
Who?
Miss Yo-Yo, were you impressed with how prepared Miss Harris was?
I mean, the rumor is she was given the questions, but
Oh,
like I said, it's a rumor.
Oh boy.
I can't speak on
boy.
that. I said rumor. Did I not
Rumor.
start off by saying it's a rumor?
Yo has been honest the whole fucking
I'm
time, y'all.
honest.
She's
Call
been
me what
honest
you
the
want, but
whole
I'm an
time
honest
about it.
But
person.
yo,
I
yo,
said
you
it's
got
a
your own
rumor.
sense. You got your
Keith did
own
not
No
start
mind.
with the
way
word
anybody
rumor.
on
You got your
TikTok
own
got a
mind,
room.
yo.
Keith did not start with the
Now,
word
if it was,
rumor.
Yeah,
Forget
if
the
it,
I
rumor.
said the
What about
rumor
what you?
is.
What did
we
you
had
see?
this. We
What
had the
did you
discussion the whole
see?
time, brother. And
What
what,
did
what
you see?
and she told me her assessment, right? And she said her assessment was that Kamala Harris did a great job in the debate, but she thought that there was possibility that it was unfair with the amount of fact checks on one candidate versus the other, right? She's never gone back on saying that she did a good job in the debate, man.
Yeah, she
You gotta
did. She
give her
did.
credit.
Yeah, she
Let's
did.
Special K. I'm gonna rotate the panel
I mean,
around.
I
Thank you
keep
for
things
coming. You
real.
know you're always
Oh,
Special K. You know you're always welcome. Thank you, sir.
Just think that if you're the president of the United States, right, 3-on-1 means nothing to me, right? If I'm in a room 8, 9 deep, right, and I'm debating people, right, and if you're going to be the president of the United States, if you're faced with 3-on-1 from somebody you think is afraid of you, right, I absolutely would obliterate them. I don't care how many it is versus me, right? I walk in to be 100 of them versus me. I don't have any problem. My intellectual acuity and my ability to speak and influence people far exceeds any ability that they would have to try to fact check or denigrate anything that I'm saying. So if you're the president, that has to be something that you get over. And if you can't take 3-1, you certainly can't take 5,000-1. You're never going to stand in front of the G6. Right?
But
So
we also have to be honest that Donald Trump has to be fact checked a lot. Some of the things that he says can be very misleading
a
and
lot of the things you
not
said.
straightforward. So a lot of times, even when because I always look at when these debates happen or interviews or anything of that nature, I always look at the fact checkers afterwards. And he definitely, there is always a ton of fact checks that you have to check him on.
And
After the
I
debate,
agree
I
with that
believe that there
too.
was one fact check that that she was false on. I do can say that they probably should have probably guided her. I mean, like got to her about answering questions, but at the same time, it probably did seem like a 3-1 because there was a lot of fact checking that or misguided things that were said in that debate from him.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just keeping it real. I mean, and then like I said, and he does say dumb stuff and he talks too much sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
She don't talk enough and he talks too much. I'll be like, would you shut up? You know, to him, like, I just keep it real
That
about him.
goes
He
to show,
does.
like, you talking about a person that we are, you know, on one side, someone that could do more interviews versus someone that should do less interviews.
And I say that about him. Like, that's true. But like I said, it's not Trump, the person that I'm voting for. I'm not voting for Trump.
But Yo-Yo, my question to you is when when it was asked to you, and what I'm saying to you, even though you saying that it was 3-1, I'm asking you, when you sat there and watched it for your own eyes and heard it for your own ears, you knew that there was nobody whispering and telling her or encouraging her to respond to the answers that there was asking her. And the same way they asked the same questions to him, he responded and he deflected every time.
But see, I felt as though she did. I felt as though she didn't answer the questions.
But listen, the one that stood out the most, right? Here's the one that stood out the most. They asked him directly, do you want Ukraine to give in to Russia? And he gave a whole speech on something else. Period. I know you
What
heard
about
that.
the one where they asked her about ABs in the 6, 7,
No,
8,
no, no.
9 months,
See,
and
then
she
you,
wouldn't even answer the question?
but see, then
Said it
you
wasn't
come back
happening.
about what
That was
about
one
what
of the
she
ones that
did.
stood out the most to me. And then they asked her about the border. And if you've been saying for 5, 6 months that you were not in charge of the border, you got
She's
the
not.
world stage right there. That's your biggest time to say, I have never been in charge of the border. And she never said it.
Well, she was in charge of the border, so
But she's
she
been
wasn't in
saying all
charge.
these months, they've been saying she
No,
hasn't
she
been.
was not in charge of the
The thing,
border.
but
Wasn't
she
that the
was in
time to
charge
say
of.
it?
She never was put in
Walker
charge
Bay,
of the
wasn't that
border.
the time to
The
say it
vice
when you're on the world
president
stage?
wasn't
She
the
Let me
was put in
border
explain.
charge
guard.
of the root
Let me explain,
cause.
y'all. Let me explain what she was in
The
charge of.
Homeland Security has always, I mean, the Secretary of Homeland Security has always been in charge of the border.
Thank you.
But this
Thank
is
you.
what
There
she was in
are
charge of.
She's in charge
there are
of
reported
the root
articles where
cause.
they put her in charge.
Well, let
They
me
put her in
explain
charge
what
of
she
the
was in
root
charge
You
of.
can go
cause.
and Google it right now.
Let
Where
me
she was
explain what
put
she
in
was in
charge.
charge of.
All right,
Now
listen,
things
guys.
changed later, and her role changed. But at one point, she was put in charge.
Hello. If everybody's talking, then no one can hear.
Okay.
We have to take one at a time. Keith, you go ahead.
Yes, sir. So what she was in charge of was going to three of the countries that immigration was coming from and trying to determine what that problem. She wasn't in charge of actual border security or any of that, right? She was in charge. What she was, her duty was to go to these countries and find out why the immigration is happening to the degree that it's happening, right? And she did
Correct.
that, right? She did
Correct.
that. That's where she went.
That's
She
right.
wasn't a border
There you
czar or
go.
anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
So
Thank
that's
you,
what
brother.
that's what her duties were.
I know
I
about that
appreciate
role.
that. I appreciate that.
I know about that role.
You want a drink? No. No.
And the other,
Listen,
That role never
let
changed.
me say this. Let me say this. We are being shadow banned right now because of the violation earlier in the show. We're talking about the Secret Service and Barack Obama. So I need everybody that rocks with Mr. Denali that's in the chat. Please tap like you've never tapped before. We got to break through the shadow ban. 16,000 likes is not going to cut it. We are going to keep the panel to 6 people because I can't expand my box when I have 8 people up. If we can get to 50,000 K likes, I'll expand it to 8 for a little while. We really need to break through the shadow ban. So everybody in the chat, please go ahead and tap. And let's see if we can get up to 50,000 likes to break through this shadow ban. As you can see, we only got 37, 40 people in the room. We usually have 110, 150. But
I'm hitting you in your head. I'm hitting you in your head.
hit me in the head, you know.
So we can't talk about. Y'all can talk about that on here.
What did you say, Cherie?
So you all couldn't talk about that incident on here?
I was talking about it, then I got a violation. And I'm just like, what? I don't know if someone didn't like it. I've appealed it, but we're not on the For You page, so we need more likes to get back on the For You page. I've checked on both my backup accounts, and we are not on the For You page. So everybody in the chat, the 30, 40 people in the room, please just go ahead and tap. Let's get up to 50,000 K so we can break through the shadow ban that TikTok says, even though they say that people are trying to stop them from doing, but they want to stop everybody on this app from talking about different things. So I just want to say that we're going to keep the show going, but I need the chat.
I was going to bring some truth to light on that.
Go ahead.
So, you know, I have a friend that works on that works for, we can say Secret Service on here. I don't know what to say now.
Secret Service.
That works for Secret Service. Of course, when I seen it, I had to send it because I was like, hold on, don't be not protecting Obama. But so I mean, it was reported by TMZ, of course. So it was definitely blown out of proportion. The person that they were referring to was there before the So there's advanced people, and then there's the SUV that carries Obama.
The primary Tatar. I got you. Go ahead.
So the person that was there when he was already there, but in there before the SUV carrying Obama was there. So he never walked up on him or anything in that nature. They just really blown it out of proportion.
Well, this is the picture that he said he took.
It was
of a picture of Obama because he said he walked up to the side window and saw it was Obama and then backed away. And then this here is the picture that the gentleman took of the back of the SUV because he was in the alley walking and he got close enough to take a picture.
If you've ever seen the president be transported, there are multiple identical SUVs.
Cherie, that's the picture he said he took.
He took a picture inside. He did not take a picture inside of the SUV.
No, I said he took it. He said he walked up to the side of the SUV.
Yes,
because okay, you go ahead.
No, he did not get next to Obama. Is what I'm saying.
Then he's a liar because he's saying he walked up because he was doing security in a place that was in the bar.
He was a security officer. But no, he was not Secret Service. He was a security officer.
You gotta let me get it out. You gotta let me get it out, and then you can rebut it. But if I don't get it out, I'm not sure what you're rebutting. So I'm just telling you what they said. That he was doing security at a bar mitzvah. There was some commotion going on with a lot of cars, agency cars. He went down. He was in the alleyway. That's when he took the picture of the back of the vehicle. He approached the vehicle and he saw it was Obama, and he backed away because he was armed. Went back inside the building. He said it was some Secret Service agents, maybe 10, 15 feet away, but no one ever stopped him from going to the side of the vehicle. That's the reports.
Oh, I thought you were saying that he walked up on him. No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
And I think TMZ interviewed him.
Yeah, there's multiple vehicles, so he never got in.
I didn't say that, but he said he took this picture of him and Obama. He took this picture from the outside.
Oh, I mean, he could take a picture of. There's usually at least 5 or 6 SUVs, so he can take a picture of any SUV in that line.
But it's with Obama. Obama's in the picture.
I think the point is he's not supposed to be able to get that close to ex-president with a pew-pew. That's the point. This is the whole point of the whole story. Is how was he able to get that close to take a picture that close with a pew-pew?
So everybody's
That's the whole point.
Okay.
That's the point of the story is how did he get that close with a pew-pew?
They slacking on Trump.
I was thinking that they were saying he was there up on him.
No. He walked up to the car and he got past Secret Service somehow to be able to get that close. And luckily he's a security person with a pew-pew and it wasn't a bad intentions, but they're saying how was he able to get that close with a pew-pew?
Did you hear the report,
100%, yo.
Yes.
You're correct, 100%.
He should not have been able to get past.
Miss Cherie, did you hear the report?
You checking it right now?
No.
Miss Cherie, did you hear the report?
Just teacupping.
Up, big dog. Teacup.
Well, here it is. I'm going to play it again.
On the heels of the special committee in Congress looking into the various Secret Service failures that resulted in 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, we now have information about a really troublesome incident that went down this past weekend involving Barack Obama and a very clear lapse of security once again with a former president. This time it happened in Hollywood where Barack Obama was going out to dinner at a Hollywood hotspot, Mother Wolf, and he was sitting in an SUV before dinner, sitting in his SUV in an alleyway. There were Secret Service agents nearby, and yet an armed man was able to walk right up to the window that Barack Obama was sitting on the other side of the door. An armed man walked right up to his vehicle with no Secret Service present where he was, right next to Obama as he's in that car, and the Secret Service there on the other side of the vehicle. Nobody is next to this man. Right. The only saving grace here, we should say right off the bat, is that this person who was armed had no ill intent. He was actually an armed security guard who was working at a nearby a bar mitzvah that was going on upstairs in the restaurant, which we've actually covered here. We talked about the bar mitzvah that little baby was performed at this bar mitzvah. So
They had armed guards at this bar mitzvah. One of them
Little
got
baby
word
performed
that
at the
there
bar
were
mitzvah.
someone came to him.
What's that?
Right.
That is me. I'm laughing at little baby performing at the bar mitzvah. But go
They
ahead.
paid him enough. They probably paid him $1 million.
Said it looks like there are federal agents downstairs. What's going on? They didn't know that Obama was there. There are federal agents downstairs. What's going on? They didn't know that Obama was told, and he does not want us to use his name, but we've spoken with him. Yes, and he told us that he then went downstairs to find out what was going on, and that's when this thing just takes a really weird turn.
Yeah, it's really weird to say the least. It's completely bananas, actually. So we caught up with the security guard, and he told us, hey, I'm just trying to do my job. They told me that there are a bunch of cop cars downstairs. There's Fed cars downstairs. I should go look into it, make sure everything is kosher. He goes downstairs, he sees this black SUV, and it's got specialty plates on it. He thinks, could be a government official. That's interesting. And the car is cool, so he took a picture. He thinks, hey, I want one more picture. He gets a little bit closer, and he happens to look inside. It's freaking Obama with a laptop. He thinks to himself, holy bleep, I'm armed, and I could definitely be in big trouble right now.
Because he's assuming, he is assuming that there are agents all over the place, and this guy is armed next to his car, and he's thinking, oh my God. And so he backs away and decides to walk over to, he did see agents, right, Ryan? So it's not that there weren't any agents around. They just weren't by the car. They weren't by the car.
Yeah, essentially what it was the alley was not fully cleared, and that door that he came out was not checked, or at least it wasn't being checked at the time.
And the Secret Service are there, and the guy walks up to the car. He is never told, don't do it. He is never blocked. He is walking up to this car with a gun, then realizes, holy crap, what am I doing? So he actually, wisely, I think, then turns and went and spoke to two agents, Ryan, that were, 10 feet away?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He goes, he talks to the agents, he says hello. They were startled. They had no idea he was there. He turns around, walks back by the car again, and goes back up to the party and thinks that that's going to be that until he hears from is essentially the boss for the security, who's like, they want to check your credentials just to make sure everything's on the up and up. And so he did, and it all worked out.
And that was 30 minutes later. So you got to be wondering after he walked over to them, said hello, right, then walks back inside, the agents that are there have to be talking to each other like, what just happened? Who was that person? And remember, there was an agent in the car with Obama as well. So they clearly, after the fact, said, who was that guy? And apparently, what we were told, because we have spoken with him, is that, first of all, there were 5 security guards at this bar mitzvah. All 5 were armed. Yeah. And including him. And apparently the Secret Service didn't know anything about it. They went to the agent, they went to the supervisor to find out who this guy was. And I think at that point is when they found out what was happening. There were people that were armed. Half an hour before they go to get this guy's credentials. What was the conversation about? How did this happen? I mean, maybe they're just doing finger pointing at that point. I don't think we're going to get an adequate answer. We called.
So there you go. Cherie, does that jive with what your reporting is?
So I was going to read you what he said. He was like, when I sent it to him, he was like, no, with a lot of O's. They totally blew that out of proportion. He was in the area. I don't know if I can go to.
Damn. Uh-oh.
It just seems like the lapses of security are getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, so he was saying that they were in the area before. He was in the area before, and they had already checked him. Then he basically said that, he was saying that he wasn't of harm. So it wasn't like they checked him and they were like, oh, he's harmless. But the vehicles are armed vehicles too. So I don't know. I feel like the guy probably over exaggerated too. Like, oh my gosh, I can get up on the vehicle and shoot him. Those are armed vehicles too.
But you realize the overall point is that why would anybody get that close?
Yeah. Because that's a person that needs to be protected, man. I mean, I suppose Trump needs to be protected too, man. But I don't think the overarching theme.
Everybody knows that the vehicles are armored, but I mean, listen, he could have been far away and then blew it up. But the other picture with him right next, taking the picture, I mean, listen, I don't know. Yes, the vehicles are armored. I'm just saying that in light of what happened with Trump with the Butler, Pennsylvania, and then at the golf course, the report coming out, there's major lapses. I'm just a little disappointed because when I think of the Secret Service, I think of the best because they're protecting our elected officials.
Yeah.
And in the last 90 days, this is the third incident where there seems to be some lapse in the perimeter protection of our two former presidents.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, you think they'd be even more in their P's and Q's, like, were you not even looking over there? Like, what?
I don't know.
Like, you're not even looking in the direction of where he's sitting. Like, that's horrible.
Man, Obama mama wouldn't be able to get next to him if I was there, man. Ma'am, I'm sorry, you gotta go your ass home. We'll meet you at the house after Thanksgiving dinner. Like, I'll make sure he gets there, but you can't walk up on this goddamn car today, man.
It's like you're not even looking over there. You know what I'm saying, Keith? Like, what?
Yeah. I would never let nobody get that.
What are you looking at if you're not looking there?
Ain't nobody getting there, Obama.
But I think that some people are like unavoidable. Like you can't just. It's not like we're going to be able to put a shield over this person and put him in a bubble.
But it's an alley. Like what are they looking at if they're not looking at the car?
I think you have the avenues of like egress and you just have to look at all the avenues of egress. Right. And you have people go in and you have them check ahead of time. And then, if you have a 7 or 8 man detail, right, if there are more than 7 or 8 entrances, we're just not going that way. Right. If I have to stop in a place where you can ingress upon me 7 or 8 different directions, I'm just not doing it. I can't cover it. I don't know how to protect you. I can't check the roofs and all the rest of that shit. I'm just not going. Right. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not going. We can't.
But I wouldn't be like, it's like, we also think that they can't be in facilities with other human beings. Like they have to be in areas that other people don't exist in, but the Secret Service and them.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just talking about where you have places where he can be advanced upon, right? I mean, and I know you're gonna have to be in rooms, and sometimes there's gonna be chances that are taken, right? Because as a former president, there's a thing you want to do. You want to address the people and all the rest of that. So sometimes chances have to be taken. But driving down an alley where there are avenues that I can't cover, right? It would just be something I wouldn't do. And it doesn't sound like there were just doors all over the fucking place in this alley. It seems like somebody missed one, right? It seems like they missed one in this particular.
So it wasn't that. So from my understanding, it wasn't that they missed a door. He was already there. It wasn't
but Cherie, how could he get so close to the car?
That's
it wasn't like he was in the car. I'm thinking that you all are saying like he was just up on the car.
Okay, listen, let me explain.
I can zoom in on my camera and take a picture that close.
The man reported that he looked into the vehicle and he saw Obama and then backed away.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're saying that the way that it is being reported is like he was up on the window and he looked in the window and he saw Obama. I just could not imagine that is what happened. You can't tell me that he was on the side of the vehicle and he saw Obama was in there looking through the window.
Okay. He said he saw him on his laptop. He said he was really close and saw him on his laptop. That's what he said on the interview.
He didn't say the laptop.
He said he saw him typing on his laptop. He was that close.
I could definitely see from a distance that somebody could be in a vehicle and take a picture of them. I could see them on their laptop. But the way that they reported it was like he was standing up on the door.
You know what, ma'am? I've done things, and when we were on mission and in country, there are times when the Fleet Anti-Terrorism Strike Team, right? This is our whole mission in life, right? We have been aggressed upon, right? And we just didn't see it, right? It's not, these guys aren't, they have a job to do, but they're not better than the people that actually do it during a combat situation. So they're going to miss a thing or two from time to time, right? Because we have had people neutralized because we missed something. And our whole job is to never be aggressed upon. Not only are we just protecting the subject, but our whole job is to never let anybody get close enough to aggress. And this happens. and we lose men from time to time. It's possible.
Now that I can agree with, because a lot of the
All right,
Secret
good
Service
night,
aren't.
y'all.
Oh,
Good
bye,
night,
Worker
Mr.
Bay.
Denali.
You as well,
All right,
Mr.
Mr. Walker.
Walker Bay.
All right.
That I can agree upon, because a lot of the Secret Service aren't trained military. They're, they're more people with from like maybe local police departments or with higher degrees in criminal justice or whatnot. So that part now I can agree upon, because they have different training versus what you would get in formal military training.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I wonder what is the if you had to guess, what is the standard number of feet they would not allow someone to come close
I would never let you get within
to the
21
president?
feet, even if I had checked you. 21 feet, I was as close as you would get. That's if I checked you, right? Unless he requested you, you would never get within 21 feet, because then you can aggress upon him with a smaller hidden weapon, and that would be hard for me to stop. So 21 feet would be the limit. Right?
So that man shouldn't have been within 21 feet of him is the point,
within
right?
21 feet. No, not within 21 feet.
So I guess that's the point they were trying to make on the news, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see them being that close. And then from a person that was actually there, he wasn't that close.
How close was he?
You want me to ask him how many feet he was?
No, I'm just saying. I don't know what to say. If you saw him on a laptop, that seems to be that he was very close to be able to see him working on his laptop.
If we're talking about 21, if Keith is saying 21 feet is enough for you to see somebody in their SUV on a laptop.
I would say okay. All right. Well, I guess your friend is saying that the reports are overblown and they have less truth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to hear more
I would say
about
more
it.
so blown out of proportion versus what they were. I guess maybe the panic that they were in about the breach of security.
I guess they'll see if somebody gets fired.
We're going to hear more about it.
The top person, she already left. Are they going to go to another top person?
I can't hear me.
From this last weekend incident, I'm saying.
What is that, Mr. Rowe?
Oh, okay. I was trying to say about 2 or 3 times. We're going to hear more about that, because from my knowledge, they should have had a Secret Service person at the back of the car at all times. Or I'm going to say vehicle. One should be standing there at all times, even when Barack Obama would have gotten out and went inside, if he had to go inside, and 1 or 2 go with him, because the car, that you can't leave that car. It's a threat to have that car unmanaged. So normally you would have a man, even if the car was moving, they would have one holding on to the back and one on the other side at the front. They had nobody there protecting the former president. They was away somewhere on the sidewalk looking around. Right. But anyway, that's my take.
All right, so listen, I want to give the chat hang on 1 second. I want to give the chat. Thank you so much for continuing tapping. Please continue to tap. We're already up to 24,000. We got there from 15. Let's continue. I know it's hard, but please, we got to break through this shadow ban. I don't know why they shadow banning us, but there you go. Let's go. Let's go with the boxing glove. The champ is here. Let's continue to tap. Miss Sugar Bridges, if you could put in the chat the app that does the automatic tapping. We have to break through the shadow ban. It's absolutely ridiculous. So please, Miss Sugar Bridges, in the chat, if you can put there's an app where you can auto tap, and that will definitely help the show. If you could download that app, and then let's get some auto tapping done so we can break through the shadow ban that they're trying to do to Mr. Denali and family. And I don't understand why. It's absolutely ridiculous. So please, thank you, chat, for continuing your work to tap. Don't worry about gifting. Let's tap. I mean, well, you can gift if you want to, but let's continue to tap to break through this shadow ban. Let's get up to 50,000 K likes, and let's get back on the For You page. All right. Play I want to go to Pro Builder. This is his first time up on the platform. He's in the chat a lot. I see him when he comes in. He always gives me great greetings and things like that. Mr. Pro Builder, what state are you in, sir? You got to hit that microphone button that has a line through it, and then we'll be able to hear you. Unmute yourself. Mr. Pro Builder. Oh, he dropped down. Okay. Let's go ahead to Miss Carolyn. How are you, dear? My good friend down in Louisiana, the boot, working at the DOT.
I'm pretty good. How is everybody?
I think everybody's good.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey. So I haven't heard a word about this. This happened last weekend?
Yes. TMZ's reporting it, yes.
And somebody like walked up on him. He didn't
The
get.
reporting is that he's a security guard. He was covering or protecting a bar mitzvah that Travis Scott, the rapper, was at. There was some commotion with a lot of police cars and things like that because Obama was going to have dinner at an adjacent building. He walked down, he walked in the alley. He said he took this picture, and then he walked to the car and he saw Obama working on his laptop, which I have a picture of, which is a little harder to see. This is it here. But if you can look, there's a Secret Service agency on the left, a white gentleman, and then you can see Barack Obama on the right-hand side. And that's what he's saying happened. We have a little inside with Miss Cherie has somebody who was there, who was a Secret Service agent, if I'm not mistaken. And there he's saying that the incident was being blown out of proportion.
Well, so did Obama and his security team know that this guy did this, or I'm not understanding.
Not before he walked up to the car. They didn't know. They did check him out prior to. After this, Cherie is saying that they knew who the guy was. So they're conflicting reports.
Right. Well, and that just goes to intensify the fact that Secret Service and DHS and the whole Homeland Security is like a joke. Our country is in so much danger. After the reports they have from the July 13th and that Secret Service debacle, and then the second one that didn't go as far, and now this, it's like they need to do something with Secret Service and get some people who aren't inept. I mean, these men need to be kept safe, and undoubtedly these people aren't keeping them safe.
Yeah,
He could have been a guy up to no good instead of just a guy that took a picture.
Right. Well, Cherie did make a good point. We know that the vehicles are completely armored and things like that. But my contention is that I don't think anybody should have been able to get that close. There are conflicting reports how close the person was. I don't know. But in light of what happened to Donald J. Trump twice, one time for sure, it just seems like there's something going on in the Secret Service where they're not completely on it. And maybe there's some lapses, some more training. I don't know if it's a money thing. I have no idea.
You
Yeah.
also have to look at the fact that this came from TMZ.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know TMZ. They usually bring their receipts.
TMZ is known to kind of exaggerate things. So even
that guy's a lawyer, and he doesn't release anything unless it's true. In fact, I remember when Kobe Bryant passed away, I didn't believe it until he said it.
What I'm saying is TMZ is known to exaggerate things. Okay. So regardless of how that interview went with the guy or the incident, they're going to make it more highlighted to where people are drawn into this story, or reading this headline to go to their page, whatever not. But they are known to exaggerate in order to bring people into their stories.
Clickbait.
But are we going to wait until somebody actually comes up and does something aggressive to President Obama, and then we're going to say, oh, well, we should have paid attention? Or are we going to just say the Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security is totally not keeping our homeland safe? Why do we keep making excuses?
I think that we're beyond that point because we already know there was a lapse with the first assassination attempt. So I think that they're already on the
hot seat.
Hot seat, yes, of being first internally looked at and also having a congressional look at them on the security breaches that they've had. So I don't think that nobody is ignoring the things that are happening. I think that they are very much so being highlighted, but many of them are just, this would probably be isolated versus the two assassination attempts. Now those are, I feel like that's a little bit different because those were attempts on someone's life where there were actual security breaches that could have been avoided.
All right. Well, listen, I don't know. I think maybe there's some smoke. There's definitely some fire.
The security guard was afraid to be in that situation because he got that close.
Right.
And it's like, oh shit, I got a gun on me and I'm that close.
Right.
I'm sorry, pew pew. I'm sorry. And for that, if any one of Obama's security team would have seen him, then it could have been an accident happening.
Sure. Absolutely. He seemed more concerned that he was that close than the Secret Service are. I mean, according to the reports of TMZ. And I don't know, Cherie, I find TMZ to be somewhat very accurate. They always seem to bring their receipts.
I think that they over-exaggerate many things.
Okay. All right.
Well,
maybe so.
Isn't the Homeland Security over the Secret Service?
Yes, Mayorkas is the boss of that. Yes.
Okay, because Bertie's got his self down, his normal, got to talk about MAGA self. Bertie's like, what does Homeland Security got to do with Secret Service? Well, they're the head.
Right.
They're the head
No, as far as keeping the country safe.
Well, DHS keeps the country safe. Department of Homeland Security keeps the country safe. I think they became about after 9/11, and the Secret Service falls under the control of the budget of the Department of Homeland Security, if I'm not mistaken.
And my point is, Mayorkas has given our country to the wolves. And so to say, what does Mayorkas have to do with Secret Service? It's just the whole trickle down trickle down doesn't work. But the fact that everything is falling apart and Mayorkas was impeached and they wouldn't even look at it in the Senate. He's inept. He let people come into our country and nobody cares. And now these things are happening to former presidents and everybody's like, nothing to see here. Diddy's arrested. Nothing to see here. Obama got somebody close to him that could have. Why isn't anybody upset?
Right. 2003, March 1st, 2003, the Secret Service was transferred from the Department of Treasury to the new Department of Homeland Security. 2003 happened after 9/11, and that's when the Secret Service was transferred to be under the Department of Homeland Security. Just for clarification, so, again, I try to only speak on things I know about. If I don't know, I'll say I'll come and get the information. So the Secret Service is in charge of keeping the country safe. I meant to say, you're right, Bertie. They're in charge of protecting. They do I don't know if they still do the counterfeiting thing. I'm not sure, but they're in charge of protecting politicians, especially former presidents, and they are under ultimate control of the Department of Homeland Security. That happened in 2003, where they transferred power from the Department of Treasury to the Homeland Security, which was formed after 9/11.
Secret Service also has some local government assignments as well. So they are on a local level a little bit as well.
Okay, great. But listen, I think it's safe to say that something's going on. We didn't hear about these lapses in the last 25 years. And now in the last 90 days, we've had 3 of them. Luckily,
I think they've been highlighted. I think that there have been lapses. I don't know if we recall, but we do remember when the guy jumped the fence at the White House. So there's been multiple lapses throughout. I think that the major highlight has been the assassination attempts.
Sure, and then people started looking under the hood like, hey, what's going on? Yes. How could a guy climb up on a roof with a rifle and then take 6-7 shots at a former president doing a rally where one hits him in the ear, and then EAR, ear, and then, one person was unalived, the gunman was unalived. I think that was a heavy thing, and I think, like, again, I've been saying it. We would be living in a different country if Donald Trump's head was 2 inches to the left.
I really don't. I think that they're making all that noise, man. I really
BA.
I don't think nothing.
Caroline, Sherby, Yo-Yo, XXL.
Yay.
What's up, my brother?
Yay.
Yay.
I was going to come up earlier, but it looked like it was a little deep. So.
Got it. So that's the situation. I know I've always thought when I hear Secret Service, I think of the best, and they're there to protect the government officials, politicians, and things like that. But they've taken some chinks in the armor have been at them. So we'll see. Hopefully they can get it together. They already changed. Yes.
Yeah, I just think things have been highlighted.
Do you think it was
because of that?
You think it was probably staged? Because
which one?
The Obama.
I'm trying to figure out which one.
I don't think any of them were staged. I know what BA's doing. He's a little tongue in cheek there because people were saying that.
What?
Trying to ruffle this panel up.
What?
Yeah.
He got him though.
I see you, BA, like I saw Gina last night with her foolishness.
He goes, what?
I'm just saying, was it staged? I mean, was it a follow-up to take some of the attention off Trump? Maybe,
Well, look, if it was, they added like 200 and something more millions of dollars to the budget for the Secret Service to protect the president.
I'm just asking for a friend.
No, I don't believe it was staged. I don't think any of them were staged. I think they were real incidents that happened. And I usually don't, listen, I was here. We did the show that night, the 13th of July. And, like I said, we'd be living in a different country if that evil guy was.
No, I don't think it was staged.
Yeah, I know you know. I know you're being tongue in cheek. I got you.
We got in the comments. Trump in Pennsylvania was staged for sure. Yeah, tell that to the people that was unalived.
Listen, people can have their opinions. What am I going to do? I just don't let them come up on the panel and say those type of things.
We were never in this climate before, Denali, right? This is a climate that's new for us, right? The United States, like since the 60s, man, we didn't have to worry about people assigning their whole persona to a person, right? And I've never, I don't know, in my lifetime, I've never seen this, right? I saw a Michael Jackson craze. I saw Cabbage Patch Kid's face. But as far as another person that wasn't like, I saw this shit, right? But this whole assigning personalities to one human being, and there are people that pray to this motherfucker, right? I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. It's the epitome and the very apex and fulcrum of weakness and where it comes from. I've never seen a society brought and made low by one man to this degree.
And I just don't think I don't think we would be here if it wasn't for him. If we wasn't for Donald Trump, we wouldn't be. Our society.
I think it started under Obama. To tell you the truth, that's when the division started.
What? Hang on, BA.
I
I
mean,
love
but
you.
then again,
Hang on
Keith,
one
to be safe,
second.
there's a
Hang
lot
on.
of stuff
I
we
mean,
ain't
it's all a
seen.
weakness. I mean, you know what
Why
I'm
do you
saying?
do this to me, BA? You think that the
Well, I mean,
Obama? Hang on a
We
second.
didn't do it.
Give me 1 second. You think Obama started the division?
no, I said the division started when Obama was running for president.
And why do you think the division started when Obama was there?
Oh, here we go.
I don't know. It's just my opinion.
No, I know. I'm saying, why do you think it started when Obama became the president?
Just what I've been told.
He said from
I
Obama.
don't listen, BA.
Okay, I'll ask the question. Are you saying because like there's laws or certain things like that or other things, BA? Because now
I've
I'm
been
curious.
fucking with you for over
You're
a
not going
year.
to trick us
Come on.
tonight, BA.
Wait, BA, are you saying because of certain things like certain laws were passed or things, or are you saying because of other reasons? Now I'm curious.
No, I just don't like when people talk shit and say voting for Trump is a sign of weakness. You know what I mean? I would say just the opposite. If you're voting for Harris, because you fall into more of a sheep category than me. You know what I mean?
No,
Because
you heard me. You heard me combat it because he's saying there's a lot of things he hasn't seen, and there's a lot of things
I know what
I
you're
haven't
saying.
seen. I'm 52, and some of the things going on in this country, I can't believe.
Keith especially.
Yeah.
I mean, Keith,
Yeah,
do you want to
exactly.
respond
Exactly
to
what I was
that?
talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
of
just
course.
saying. I mean, the personal attacks, calling people weak and being disrespectful just because you can. I mean, I would say I'm not done talking, bro.
No. I was
would
just no.
say,
He just said, Keith, you want to respond, and you just kept talking, right? So
yeah,
I
I
don't.
know, because
Yeah,
I wasn't finished
I'm
talking.
not. I don't like. And let me be real with you. When I say
Yeah,
weak,
as soon as I'm
I
done, you
mix
can. You can be
weakness,
real all you
right?
want.
I
As soon
don't
as I'm
take my
done.
words
Okay,
back.
all right, Keith. All right, I'm sorry, Keith. I don't. BA, why don't you land your plane exactly the charge that you're putting against on Keith and let him respond? What's the charge?
No, I'm just saying when he says people follow this man blindly, it's a form of weakness, and I would say just the opposite. It's a form of strength and love that one has. I mean, I don't see following anybody like the way he's talking about. Just because you want something or you value something, or you align with someone and their values, or doesn't mean you're weak. I mean, I could say the same thing about Harris doesn't have any value. She doesn't have anything that she brings to the table. I mean, so I wouldn't see you would vote for her any other reason other than being a woman and being the first black female president.
Yeah, I didn't. I never made any of those claims, man.
All right, so BA, he's going to respond.
I've heard you talk.
Okay, he's going to respond, BA, and I'm going to ask you to let him respond
Oh,
fully.
No problem.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Keith.
What it all boils down to when I say weakness, man. Remember, I just said just a moment ago, right? I'm watching people pray, right? I'm watching people sit in the back of police cars and pray and say that Trump will save me, right? I've never heard, like, I don't hear men, and I'm a conservative man, so I believe in men being men, right? And then the last thing I've ever heard was a man talking about another man is going to save me because of some money, right? That's not how men act. So when we start talking about the only reason that I'm voting for a person is because they're going to make the finances better, right? The society goes as character goes. And a society, and I've already explained what society is, I'm not going to get back to it again. The very foundation of it is character, right? And integrity and whether you have tact and decisiveness and all the rest of that shit. And he doesn't possess the leadership characteristics to be the commander in chief because president doesn't exist. That's an unreal bullshit colloquialism that we made up. This man is the leader of the United States Marine Corps, Army, soldiers and sailors, and airmen of the United States. He does not possess our traits. He does not possess our strength, nor has he ever been in our shoes, right? And he doesn't make the effort to sound like he should be the leader of us. If he was in a room with me and he wasn't the president or a billionaire, he would have zero power and I wouldn't let him speak. Right? He wouldn't be worthy to talk to me. Shut up. You're the loudest, weakest man in the room, and you have no physical power. You have never guarded your family with your own two hands. You've had a detail since you were 22 years old, and you've never done anything otherwise. Right? That's the weakest man in the room in every room.
All right, Keith, you
Are you
finished?
done?
Yeah, I'm going to let you go ahead and respond, please.
So other than sound like a bully, or something that I got a couple things out of there. I got haterism coming out of that, and I got bullying coming out of that. My point to be in what you're saying, I would use the same analogy as you. Exactly, I'll give the same analogy how Mr. XL always is with the Supreme Court. You vote for idols. You vote for something that you can relate to rather than what they actually have done for the black community. So you're that I could say the same thing about someone voting for somebody just because of the same skin color as them. You know what I mean? I can use that same analogy you're using. Instead of getting yourself, you're looking for some kind of role model or some kind of person that hasn't done shit for the black community and never has done. So I could say the same thing using that same analogy.
One more retort. I never recognized her womanhood, nor did I recognize her blackness. Right? I could give a shit less. Right? None of that makes a difference to me. If she were a white man, right, and she still had the same rhetoric and the same values that she possesses now, I would still say this is a person of higher moral character. It doesn't matter to me. I never brought that up, and I never will. Right? I'm looking purely at character, and I'm not sure when, as men, we decided that the most important trait for leadership, which is character and integrity and decisiveness, right? When those went away and we decided, screw that because this person is going to make better business deals, which haven't been proven to be so. But either way it go, I would never align with that. So you place characteristics on me that I don't use in making decisions at all.
Hey, since we're talking about morals and character, let's talk about Willie Brown. Let's talk about how she withheld crucial evidence that almost cost a man to be unalive. Let's talk about how withholding evidence for police officers deliberately for people. Let's talk about forcing inmates to stay in longer than they had to, nonviolent inmates. Since we're going to talk about character and morals, let's talk about those things.
So with 1,500 cases, how many people got locked up? I want you to tell the truth on this.
You're
How many people got locked up?
You're
So
using morals.
you said you're using this, right? And if somebody was unfair, right? If 1,500 people that were prosecuted by this person, how many of those people ended up in prison? Which is the prosecutor's job, by the way, right? You wouldn't win. You wouldn't win either way. So one, if she was too lenient, everybody would say, you know what? She didn't prosecute black men, right? She's a racist because she won't prosecute black men. And now she has just the number, and I'm not going to tell you the number, but if you look at the number, right, and you tell me that this number equates to something close to 1,500 of the 1,500 cases, tell me what that number is, please.
So again, I wasn't talking about her doing her job. I was talking about her doing her job poorly. I was talking about her withholding evidence that almost cost a man to be unalive. And I would say one would be too many, sir. One would be too many. That's what I would say. And you were specifically talking about, I wasn't done. You were specifically talking about morals and standards and using and comparing that to Trump and saying she had a higher standard, a higher moral when she doesn't.
Really? Okay, I understand, man. So you're a Trump fan. I got that. That's not a problem.
I am.
Yeah,
I am a Trump
there
fan.
you go. I'm not a Kamala fan, right? I could care less who that candidate is. And if she was,
I'm a Republican.
I could
Well,
give
I
you.
vote both for. I vote for Obama. I vote for. I mean, I'm depending on who it is. Yeah. But I'm
It
a
doesn't
Trump
mean
fan.
you're not a Trump fan.
But I'm not an idol. I'm not an idol fan. He's voting. He's actually a part of the Republican Party. So he's our candidate. So if that's what you're asking me, yes, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, well, you're making excuses for it, and I'm not making excuses for anything, right? I'm making
Well,
excuses
you
for
are
it.
because
And
you're
if she was
comparing
replaced
to
tomorrow,
morals.
I
You're
could
comparing
care.
morals, and I gave you the same analogy that you tried to give me regarding Trump, and I told you the same thing regarding Kamala. So if you're going to compare morals, then you're going to have to compare both the morals, not just one side,
You're
because
right.
you're being biased.
You're right. I am comparing morals, right? I'm comparing how many times one person did fuck shit to how many times another person did fuck shit, right? And I'm
It's like one's too
with the
many.
person that did the least fuck shit. Not that they didn't do fuck shit, but they did the least fuck shit. So that's the
Oh,
direction,
so
which is logic.
so if one person did something wrong and the other person did something wrong twice, you would hold that person that did something twice more responsible than you would hold that person that did it once.
I
So
would,
if
I
I
would, I
so
would have less likely, right? It's less likely that a person that did something one time, right? And this is statistics we're talking
it
about. Remember,
wasn't just one
if
time,
a
sir.
person repeatedly does a thing, right, and is
She has.
repeatedly a shitty person, right, and somebody else performed this activity during the course of their duties, right, and you may not agree with it, but during the course of
Her
their
duties are
duties,
withheld evidence, sir.
so what?
Her duties are to be withheld evidence. That's her duty, sir.
Well, to prosecute a case, and I think you need to go and read this, man. This is Denali and I have been over this already, right? We
That's
found out
fine.
where it
I'm
came
great.
from, and it wasn't
That's
her,
fine. You guys
right?
went
It
over it.
wasn't even her case. She wasn't even the prosecutor on that case, right? She was over it, and then when it was brought to
She
her,
oversees the case,
later, the
sir. Then
police
why the
department
judge?
was the one that did
Why
it.
the judge? Why the judge threaten her
We
in
did
contempt,
this
sir?
already. We already did this. We
I'm not
already.
talking about what you guys did. I'm talking about me and you. If you're asking
The
for a
facts are the
lifeline, you
facts,
can call him.
regardless of where they
He's
come
right
from.
next to you.
The
You can
date that
dial
we
a friend if
spoke
you
on the
want
fact
to.
is irrelevant as to whether the facts still exist. The facts
It is
exist whether
irrelevant
I
because
talked about it before
she
or
oversees it, sir. She oversees it, so she is responsible. Just like you're holding anybody that oversees the department is directly responsible for people under them. Just like you, sir. If you oversee something and something happens under your watch, you're directly responsible, sir. That's why the head of CIA resigned because she is directly
Secret Service.
the Secret Service. Excuse me. She's responsible for anything that happens under her watch.
Sure.
All right. Let's open it up to Miss Caroline. She had something she want to say, and then we'll open it up to Yo-Yo
I do
Cherie.
respect you, bro, because I know you're a teacher and I've watched some of your videos, so I do have respect for you in the regards that you care for your children.
You see me in my classroom with my crazy students, man. I'm a little
Yes, I
loud.
do.
Let's give Miss Caroline an opportunity. She had a hand up in the chat. Miss Caroline, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just the typical stereotypical orange Jesus, somebody prays to this man. We are electing a president. I have a Lord and Savior. His name is Jesus Christ. It's not Donald Trump. But it's cute that y'all keep saying that weirdness. But no, I don't pray to him. I don't think he's a savior. I think he can do a lot for our country because he did so in the first 4 years that he was in charge of our country. And for you to like make fun of him and the situation we had when he was president and to live in America today, who is so unsafe. Our borders are wide open. We have people from the T group running in our streets. We have cities who can't leave their houses. They have curfews at night. Their children can't play in their backyards. Our economy, the interest rates are so low, but a loaf of bread costs $4. You could piss on my back and tell me it's raining all day long. Doesn't mean I believe you. So for you to just nonchalantly think that we worship Donald Trump, that is a falsehood. We know, we can see that America was really good under that man. And so I just wanted to point that out, that America is really sucking right now. And if you're doing well, good for you. But the rest of America is suffering, and we want something better than what this person running against Donald Trump is proposing, even though you really have to dig through the weeds to figure out what she's proposing. So I just wanted to point that out, that we don't worship him. We just know that he's the one, the best person to like put America back on track.
So you know what? Maybe you don't worship him, right? And that's fine, right? I can recognize that you're not one of those people that worship him. But the fact is, right? You can go on you can watch one of any thousands of videos where people are, one, saying he's either the second coming, or two, praying directly to Trump, like the lady in the back of the police car, begging Trump. Right, begging Trump to come and save her. Right, she said, "I'm praying to you, Trump. Please come save me. You can't let this happen to me." Right, this lady had never had any mental illness before. She was just aligned that far with Trump. That's a thing, right? It's not all of you, but there are people that are doing that. Right, nobody's praying to Kamala Harris. Nobody's saying that she's the second coming. And so I'm not sure where there's a disputing claim. I didn't say it was you. I would never.
Let's open it up. Yo, Cherie, you want to jump in here?
I was gonna say, Keith, that's not fair because I'm also seeing, and Denali can confirm to this, there's people literally coming on here basically saying they're voting for her just because she's black or just because she's a woman. So that's just as outrageous as what you're saying on that side. They don't care about her views or policies or anything else. All she has to do is be a woman, or all she has to do is be black. That's just what you're saying. On the other side,
And I would say call him the orange man.
I got into it with one. What was the one chick named Denali? Sky Princess or whatever?
Sky Princess.
She said because she's black, I'm supposed to vote for her. And I'm like, so I'm not supposed to have a brain of my own and think just because she's black? And she argued that.
Call him the orange man. I think that's a form of racism myself. That's depicting someone's skin color, and I think that's a form of racism.
I don't know, BA, that might
It doesn't matter. It's a form of
Making fun of
racism.
makeup, bro.
No,
You're just making fun of
no,
makeup.
I think that's a form of racism.
I don't know.
Well, one's opinion is different than
So
others.
it's people on that
I'm just
side.
saying.
You're saying people on that side. You see what I'm saying? It's people literally just because they think she's black, or literally just because she's a woman. So
Okay.
I can calculate it.
All right, let's give Cherie. Cherie, did you want to jump in here? Or are you okay?
I'll say this. We all have different beliefs. We all have different values. We all have different reasons why we participate in elections for the candidates that we support. So we're going to all have different opinions on each candidate. I support the candidate that I support for the reasons that I believe in. And I think that it is, we should definitely be able to critique and criticize both candidates. And I can honestly see where, what BA is saying, what Keith is saying.
Hang on. Thank you so much, Miss Yo-Yo, for your donation. Very important. Thank you so much, Yo-Yo.
Donate me out of here, Yo-Yo. You didn't just donate.
Keep tapping the screen.
Yes, she did. Listen, Yo-Yo is a great listener, Mr. Denali XXL. Thank you so much, Miss Yo-Yo. Everybody follow Yo-Yo. Go ahead and blow out this gift goal. Let's go. Let's light up the screen. Let's go.
But there's different things that I agree with. Definitely I've actually been to Trump rallies.
Ride 'em, cowboy. Let's go.
I've actually been to Trump rallies. I just got invited to one in Tuscaloosa that will be on Saturday, but I'm not going to be making it because my baby's birthday is on Saturday. But
Saturday have one in Tuscaloosa. I might go.
Do you want to go?
Huh?
I said, would you like to go? My friend can get you in.
Yeah, I think I do want to go to Tuscaloosa on Oh shit, I can't go on Saturday. What time? No.
I'm not sure what time. He didn't tell me what time, but
text me the time because I think I'll be busy up until 2.
I'll ask him what time, and then but it's in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's not far.
Yeah, it's only like maybe a 3-hour drive for us.
Talladega. I mean, not Talladega.
Yeah, he's going.
Talladega Speedway's there. Yeah, Talladega.
He's going to the game on Saturday, so.
I got it. All right, cool.
But talk to Birdie real quick.
You want to talk to Birdie in the comments?
I'm gonna finish.
I'm sorry. You're right. Let's let Cherie finish her point.
Yes, I definitely
I'm sorry. I thought she was done. I'm sorry.
No,
That's okay. I definitely agree with some of what Keith was saying. I've been to those rallies. There are people that actually worship Definitely agree with Yo-Yo. People definitely are voting for Miss Harris because of identity purposes, which, I mean, some of those people, that's what they believe in. They want someone that represents them, that they can see or have a figure that represents them in their gender and their color. So we all, like I said, we all have different values, different beliefs, and we sometimes we forget that. It's funny because I was just Sunday, I was at a football game here in Atlanta. My Chiefs played the Atlanta Falcons.
Sunday night football.
Yes, and my Chiefs, of course, they won. And I was just really like in a space where I was there was a lot of Chiefs fans there, but the area that I was sitting in, we were very few. And it just reminded me, like, no, this was at a football game. This was at the Chiefs game. But there were a lot of like Falcons fans around us. They were talking crap the whole time. We were going back and forth, and in the end, I'll say they were very quiet when the game was over, but we came out of there and we were able to talk. We were able to communicate, all that other stuff. So that's why I like this panel, because even though we all disagree, we all have different values. We all have different candidates that we believe in. And there are certain things that hold dear to us that we can always agree to disagree in the end.
All right.
The same way, Shirley. I got mad about
Miss Caroline wanted to say something to Birdie Dog. Miss Caroline, I'll allow you if you want to talk to Birdie Dog.
Birdie Dog's always got to be a dirtbag, bro. He's always got to say fucked up shit.
He's scummy. But Dirty Birds suck. Go Saints. Who dat?
I see that LSU, Miss Karen.
Yes, ma'am. LSU and Saints. That's me. But yeah, we're not about the Dirty Birds. So I feel you.
It was a swarm up in there. They were on us.
All right, let's let Miss Cat. She wanted to say something to Birdie Dog. If you want to, Miss Caroline, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been in the dome with the Dirty Birds fans, and yeah, when you're at the game and it's just a game. We don't hate.
I was asking you something, Caroline.
We just like anybody that plays Alabama and the Dirty Birds. So that's who we are.
Yes, and that's exactly how we should be in this election. We shouldn't hate one another. We should vote for whoever the heck we want to vote for and go about our business at the end of the day.
Right.
That's how we feel, but we get attacked by people.
Did you want to address
Birdie Dog, Miss Caroline? Us of worshiping people
and saying that there are people that do worship, and I
understand that. Okay, but as far as Birdie Dog, dude, I left my husband June 10th, 1995 with 5 children.
Wow.
That was in 1995. I was on public assistance with 5 children.
29 years ago.
I've been working for the state for 23 and a half years now. And so your public assistance story is kind of old, but yeah, it happened. I worked my way up, and here I am.
Did he say something about public assistance? I didn't see the comment.
He said, if I remember
you ain't
correctly,
got to explain yourself, Caroline.
Karen
Everybody needs help.
under Trump on public assistance, and that was what 20 years
ago. 29 years ago.
Yeah, but dude, Birdie, you don't have somebody's dog to go kick, or you don't have something better to do than screw with Trump.
At least you didn't say eat. At least you didn't go.
He says here, I don't even have to come up on the panel to trigger MAGA. It's a gift.
I'm not triggered at all. I'm just setting you straight because you're.
If I remember
really
correctly,
sad.
Karen was broke under Trump and on government assistance. Come on, Birdie Dog. That's not the right thing to say.
How's it under Trump? How's it under Trump if it was 20 years
Ain't
ago?
no one worried about
It was
that.
20 years ago. How's it under Trump?
Ain't nobody worried about that.
95 would have been under Bill Clinton.
Yeah, so I just thought that was silly, but that's how people need to do, and they feel better about themselves, and that's all cool. But I'm fixing to go. I got some stuff to do before bed.
Okay.
I love you,
Great
Miss
talking to
Caroline.
y'all.
All
Bye,
right, Miss
BA.
Caroline, take care. Get your parachute. Gonna hit
You
the
have a great,
road.
See ya,
you have a
y'all.
great day.
1, go. All right.
No,
Birdie Dog, I
I'm
mean,
with
come on, Birdie.
Cherry.
Birdie Dog, you're much better
I'm
than that. No need to
No,
talk
he's
about
not. No, he's not. No, he's not. He ain't never been that way. He's always been a disrespectful piece of shit.
Oh boy. Okay. I don't know if Birdie Dog's a piece of shit. I think sometimes he
Yeah,
says things that
yeah,
maybe he shouldn't
Tori
say.
has a
yeah.
great question in the comments. She said,
What's
"Are
up,
you
Tori? How
still
you doing?
51-49?"
I'm 50-50 as a journalist. I'm 50-50 right now. Okay.
Look at you. You did
Reed, Reed, he gonna give Kamala 1%. He was
50-50 right now.
Tori.
That was that interview. I knew
no
it.
after the debate. He gave her 1%.
Oh, okay.
XR, do you know
50-50.
Tori?
That's where I'm at. 50-50.
He
Nifty
bogus,
50.
ain't he?
No, Tori,
Eh,
I'm 50-50.
What he doing?
Little
Tori's good
measly
people,
1%
X.
after the debate.
She's really good
That's worth
people.
at least 4%, man. That's a
He
hell of
is
a
bogus for that. I told him, I said, you
big,
bogus.
big percent, man.
X
I
is a
agree.
very
My
smart
dude,
Look,
bro.
all that
businessman, is
hard
what
work, Keith,
X
and he only
is.
gave her 1%.
X follows the paper.
Y'all thought it was
That's what
amazing. He
X
gave her
says.
1%.
Tell him, X. I follow the paper. You're
Yeah.
not going to bet against your own interest. And
Anyway,
you know what I mean by that.
I got you, buddy. I got you. It's okay.
What you
So
need?
listen.
What do you?
What
You
are
want
you
more
going
of
to
those?
do?
Is that
I
what it
think
is?
people
Is
are
that
going to vote for who they want to vote for. We got 39 days left in this election. I don't think it's going to end on November 5th. I don't think we're going to know
let me
that.
knock out
Who
that gift
won.
code for you.
There it is. BA coming through with the
Definitely
boxing
not
glove.
going to end in
Boom!
Georgia.
Blew out the gift code. Thank you so much, Mr. BA. Finished it up. All right, the chat's doing great. Let's continue to
got
chat.
you.
We went from 15,000 to 34,000 in the last 35 minutes. Let's do it. Continue. We need 15,000 to get up to about 16,000 to get up to 50K, and I know that we can do it. Let's continue to tap. Let's push through this shadow ban that TikTok is doing, and Mr. Denali. Let's push through
I
it.
found you on the 40 page. When I came in, you were on the 40
Yeah, BA
page.
said he was on the
X.
3 page.
I didn't
That's
see.
how I found you.
No, I don't know. I've been looking.
Yeah, I seen you on there. That's why I found you. I was scrolling through. I seen you. But I follow you a lot too. I mean, I'm always on your page, so maybe that was it.
Yeah, I don't, because I looked on my backup page that doesn't follow me, and I'm not on the For You page.
Everybody tap the room, man.
Yeah, we got to
Tap
break
share
through. We
live,
got to break
guys.
through this shadow ban. They shadow banned me when I was talking, or they gave me a violation when I was talking about the Obama Secret Service thing earlier in the show. So continue to tap.
They finally pushed me out yesterday. Hey, X, they finally pushed me out to the For You page yesterday because I was shadow banned for about 4 days, and because I was live for like 12 hours at a time. And yesterday they finally pushed me out to the For You page. I was happy, man. Especially when
How are you on here for 12 hours with these people?
I know, right?
Man, one night
I go live every day. You know that.
One night I was on, and I think I was listening to Nat or Shay, and them. It was like 4 a.m, and then I woke up the next morning. They were still on. I'm like, "Do you guys sleep?"
Yeah, they
X,
do
I think you should
48-hour
make me one
shows
of your
sometimes.
producers.
I was like,
X, I think you should make me one of your producers.
BA don't get put out the house being on live for 12 hours.
Okay, who's got the echo? Oh boy, that's a rough one there. What did somebody say? I'm sorry, I missed it. What?
And you're one of your producers.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, I think I bring a lot to the table.
No, you do. You absolutely do. Listen, man, everybody can't be a producer. And this is nothing against you, BA, at all. But there's certain things I look for in a producer, and not saying you don't have some of those things, but then I'm just saying everybody can't be a producer. People have asked me. I know you are. I'm just saying. I'm just putting out there for people because people get in my DMs and I want to be a producer. Let me be a producer. I look for certain things to be a producer, and I want it to be special for someone to be a producer of Mr. Denali XXL.
Yeah, I had to go through mine and take a lot of power with it because people abuse that power.
Absolutely.
And, it's really hard not to, because you know me, I do the same thing you do, and I really try I tell people they get in their feelings, they start blocking people, they start muting people, and you can't have that because freedom of speech is one of the last things that we really have that's free. So when you take that away from people, it's bad. Just like I told Keith, we might disagree on policies, but I respect him as a man. I see
ML is in the
his
building.
page. Yeah, I respect him as a man. I think he's a good dude for what he does to those kids.
Miss G, what's up?
I'm just curious. I know everyone is from different states. How do you feel like the atmosphere in your state is? Are people,
Mine, California?
Oh, BA, I forgot you were in California. I forgot you were in a different country.
We red, but it's like our red is like once we found out who Vance was, right? Ohio is like as soon as it went on the ballot, they found out that motherfucker twisted Roe v. Wade.
Where do you live in Ohio, Keith?
What was that?
I'm right outside of Columbus, right? So once we found out that he twisted Roe v. Wade.
Whoa!
Was that
that's
Candy?
like,
Misty's in the building.
You already you know what Misty told me, don't you?
My good friend from Arizona and California. Thank you, Misty. Let's do it.
Misty always
Follow
clowning when
Misty
she
and
come
let's
through.
light up the screen. Let's get ready to light up the screen. Let's go. Support is a verb. Let's do it. There we go. Let's go. All right.
We against Trump in Ohio.
Oh, look at the whale.
Whoa.
That's Willie the whale. Willie the whale has made
That was
an
nice.
appearance.
Thank you, Misty.
Let's get ready to light up the screen.
That was nice.
Fucking.
Ah, there's
Misty
another
clowning
one.
when she come through, don't she, Keith?
Oh my goodness,
Damn.
they're twins coming
You
through.
just showing off.
Clowning.
I'm showing off.
Listen, there's another one, Mr. James, one time. It's like a whale city. It lasted for like around, I don't know, maybe about 6 or 7 seconds. And it's like buildings. It was almost like a scene out of Aqua, the unicorn.
Woo,
Ride them unicorn. But the whale city has a bunch of buildings in there. And it's like something out of Aquaman. It's like really, really, really fucking cool. James gifted us that one time. It was very
Misty
beautiful.
always has cool stuff when
He
she
does.
comes in
He
the room.
finds the best. That eagle she gave one time was absolutely beautiful. But yeah, I'm sorry, Keith. Go ahead. We got to celebrate those gifts from people who give it, like our good friend Misty Miranda. Go ahead about Columbus and the state and how it's feeling with the whole election.
How in the fuck do you follow a unicorn and a fucking whale? Like, how do you follow? Like,
with the little measly hand heart.
It's
What are we
worth a
supposed to do,
shit.
Misty?
Nothing I can say.
A leopard. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That's awesome.
That is wow. I haven't seen that leopard before. I got to give that leopard a name.
Yeah, I ain't never
Keith, I don't even want the money gun no more. What the hell?
Light up the screen. Let's go.
What are we supposed to do after that?
I don't know. I ain't got nothing to say.
No.
Everything counts. Everything counts.
Everybody
counts, guys.
does what they can.
I'm going to stick with my Cash App.
That's fine. Whichever works for people. Everything is lightning bolts, roses. Everything are fantastic because thoughts and prayers are great, but thoughts and prayers can't keep the Wi-Fi on. So let's go.
I'm side-eyeing. Hey, Keith, I'm side-eyeing the rose.
You know I did the same shit, right? You know what I mean? Nah, I don't fucking think so.
No, don't be intimidated. Everybody does what they can, and it all adds up to help people support the show. So
you could just make me an announcer, man, and I could just knock
I've gotten Cash Apps as low as $2.50, and I'm very appreciative because every little bit helps. Okay,
that's right.
It all adds up. It all adds up. What's up, Yo-Yo? Hey, B.A.
Misty.
Hi,
What's up,
Pano.
girl? How you doing?
Misty is the truth, boy.
I'm doing good. I just had to leave a live, though. I can't handle it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What happened? Share with us.
No, it's just some people, they're just yelling and talking, and I had to tell the one guy, like, you don't even know me. I know a lot of Republicans that are very smart and they're very true and they'll stick to facts, but you guys are just killing me right now. They wouldn't even let me finish. I think everyone's just so used to one-sided, you know? So I think people kind of come into rooms with their guards up from the gate. you know.
Yeah.
I'm one of them
Here's my
Republicans
thing.
who's talking about
I can respect. This is how I do. I used to be one of those guys that fly off, and I still do. But I try to look past the politics to someone. That's why I always go on people's videos because I like to know who I'm talking to, and try to see what makes them tick, why they really feel. Because a lot of people's videos will tell you a lot about them. You know what I mean? Depending on what they post and what they don't post. So we might see different in politics, but we might have something that we can relate to. I can respect you for other things besides politics. Just because you vote a different way doesn't mean you're not a good person. It just means you're voting a different way. You have to look at the good. I try to find the good in people, and that's to one, they're being racist. Two, they're being disrespectful, or they question me as my integrity. Those three things, once them things are crossed, it's really hard for me to respect you after that.
I agree. I agree. And like in AZ, it's so weird though. And it's kind of so like in Arizona, all my neighbors think I'm a Trump supporter. Every single one of them. And sometimes I just smile because they'll be like, that damn Pelosi, or they'll talk about, they'll talking about Gavin Newsom. But it's because, I'm cruising around in the Razor. We go pew pewing, together, and we go boating, and just everyone just assumes, right? But then it's kind of sad too on the flip side, like in California, like I have a 25-foot pole. Like I fly flag. I fly a flag at all my houses. Like I just always have, right?
She
And they'll
flexing
just
all my houses.
well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Two house. I have two guys. I'm
We know
sorry. I
you
don't
have
mean.
multiple
No,
houses.
no, no,
We
no.
know you're
I have
rich.
two. No, I have two.
No, you work
Two.
hard though. You deserve it, mister. You
I
work
still
hard.
have a mortgage, but the thing is that it's automatically. Just like I said with my truck. Just because I have, we the people are pissed. Because we the people are pissed, right, left, and middle. Automatically, I get, you're this or that, and it's sad. Because to me, flying a flag means you're just patriotic. You're just an American. You know what I mean? And I don't know why it's become this. I don't know. It's sad. It's
X,
sad.
you gonna be up for a minute? X.
X stepped away.
Stepped away.
Well, I want to share it out to everybody.
Y'all, I'm about to tell y'all what
If
my
he's
son
gonna
just
be up.
told me.
What he say?
Because this is very boggling me. He about to walk out my room.
Yeah.
So my son, he has what? A few credit hours left in his degree to get his accounting degree. And he came in my room today and he said, well, I was thinking once I complete school, because I'm going to complete school, I want to go back to school to be an anesthesiologist. He's right now getting his degree in accounting. Can someone stop me from exploding over here?
Wait, is he doing just basic accounting? What kind of accounting?
So he's just getting his bachelor's in accounting. So after
Tell him he should go into aviation accounting. No, that's what I do, and it's like
I feel like these kids be all over the place now. Like they really do.
It's a niche field. I'm saying there's not that many people doing it. So it's like very lucrative because not many people do it.
Yo-Yo
like
says,
no, it's a niche field. Like
you should look into aviation accounting.
Like where it's like a
military.
special, like where you're like a
You know what I tell my
specialist.
son?
It's like a specialist field.
You know what I tell my son? I tell my son, don't do what you want to do. That's a privilege. Do what people need, not what they want. Because, like me, everything I've ever done in my life, it's what people want. I mean, what they need, not what they want.
That's true.
And a lot of people get into fields for what people want rather than what they need. Because depending on the economy, people are going to sway away from what they want and focus on what they need. So
Because it
I
doesn't
always
feel
try
like
to tell
work.
people,
Yeah.
Yeah. I
These
think
doing
where
something
she,
you love, it doesn't feel like work.
I think where she's upset though is he's almost finished.
Yeah, he's almost finished.
Tell him
He's
to
almost finished,
finish.
and then he want to go to school to be a doctor.
Tell him to finish that because it's always good to have something under your belt. You can become a CPA. Everybody's got to file taxes.
That's right.
Everybody's got to do.
But I'm saying
you
if
can
you're
do
in a niche
business.
field, if you go into a niche field, it's like it's very lucrative.
Think about taxes right now.
No,
when
me
you're a
neither.
specialist in something.
Man,
I think I think these kids are just all over the place, and they wanna spend our money till till we are unalive.
You know, you got that tree in the backyard.
The tree,
my
the,
my son
look,
was out
that tree
shopping
about to
for
blow over.
$100,000 trucks. I'm like,
You know, kids
dude,
be
what are you
thinking money on
shopping?
trees.
hundred thousand
My
dollar
son was,
trucks.
Right.
oh, he seen my, well, I have a new truck, right? And
Yeah.
my son's all, well, Dad, I'm gonna go out and get me a new truck. I'm like, oh, you are, huh? How you gonna do that? And he's all, well, I'm just gonna, you're gonna go finance it for me. I said, the fuck I am. The hell you
Right.
mean I'm gonna go finance you a truck?
See,
You know what I mean?
They
He's
think
all,
we got
well,
our
give me
hands
your,
out.
he's all, give me your truck, Dad, and you can just go buy yourself another one. I said, give me left, bro, and tuck fucking maybe living. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna have problems because my 10-year-old's telling me he's already telling me he doesn't want to go to college. Now, he said he will go for a basic degree, but he doesn't want to. He's like, Mom, all they're doing is farming us. They're just farming us to pay taxes. And
Wow.
I'm looking at him.
Send
He's
them to
like, it's
trade
true.
school.
He's like, it's true, Mom. And at the
Smart
end,
kid.
no,
Critical
that's what
thinker.
he's.
He's a critical thinker.
No, big time. And I mean, he's already, he's great at
Wow.
savings and, he has his own little checking account. He had me get it when he was 8. And he even tells me things, Mom, why are you paying interest on this? Like, he's he's like, you're not doing it right. You're paying 12% interest on that. Why don't you just pay it off and then in the money you save? And I'm just like, this boy.
You know what I
Wow.
did do for my son though?
That's my son. Like when it comes to math and all that, he was so smart, like super, super smart that I wanted him to be a math major. And he just did it like I think that when they are like super good at something, they feel like it's so easy that it's not a big interest to them. Like it becomes like boring.
You know what I did for my son though, and all my kids? The biggest gift I gave them was I gave them credit. Um, each one of my
Mhm.
kids, I taught them how to do credit, and once they reached 21 and they held a job for over a year, I added them to my credit. Well, now they all have over 700, and I did that so I could help them, but
Yeah,
I made
smart.
sure that they understood what credit meant because
Right.
I don't want them to have the struggles. And my son's heard his whole life. Oh, it must be nice to have daddy's money, blah blah blah. I'm like, look, man, you ain't never gotta apologize for having parents that love you and want to give you everything. I spoil my kids bad, but I also will slap the shit out of one of my kids too. I don't do disrespect. And so my son's 21. He doesn't drink. He doesn't cuss in front of his mother, and he works and he comes home and takes care of his kids. So I mean, and he's got good credit, and so he's trying to buy a new truck. But he does pretty good. He's nothing great. I mean, no one's perfect, but that's what I
How
did
old
for
is
my
he,
son.
DA?
I gave him.
Well, he's doing
He's
good
21.
and he's
He's
excellent, but he
21.
wants your truck, BA. So I think you should give it up.
Well,
BA,
I
how old is
might. I
he?
might.
You said 21?
Yeah, he's 21. He wants my Duramax. Mm.
That's nice. That's nice. No, my kid though, I don't know. I don't know. He saves his money. He's a very much even Christmas money. If I give him, he goes to the store and he'll say, I want this, but I don't really want it, Mom. And honestly, with the $100, I can get 3 things. So I'm gonna wait. He always does that
Yep.
to me. I'll be shopping around and I'm like, "Did you get something?" And he's like, "I want it, but I
Oh
don't
no,
need it." And he just wants to
bro.
wait. And
My
then
son's not like that. He wants
yeah, he's
everything
like
now.
that. And like just today, he came to me. He has a little money in his account, and he says, "Mom, what do you think? Do you think I should buy these, whatever bucks, V-bucks?" And he's just so cautious with
Don't
money.
do it. Don't get the V-Bucks.
He's so
Yeah, my
cautious with
son does save
money.
money though. My son's got probably over. I mean, he's got a little bit of money in his savings, and he's got enough to put a nice down payment on a new truck. And I told him just if what I would do, son, I would go buy me one that's not brand new. I would go try to find someone that's already put money into it, that's trying to sell it and get a better deal. That's what I
hmm
would do. I wouldn't go down and buy a brand new truck because new trucks now are over 100,000. I mean, they're
Yeah,
crazy.
those trucks are
You know what I mean?
expensive now.
That's crazy.
A lot of my cars, I do that. I ordered one truck custom because I wanted particular things, and it was so hard last year to even get trucks 2 years ago. But for the most part, if there's a couple thousand miles on it, and if I could save a lot just by 6 months, 1 year, I'll
Exactly.
do it. I do it that way all the time. I ain't
I'll
got
give
no
you guys a
problem
little
with
piece
that.
of
Oh, Rose
advice.
said his power went out. Is Rose in Georgia?
He's
The best
he's
way
in the booth, Louisiana.
He's in
The
Louisiana?
best way
Oh,
to
okay.
buy, if you're going to buy a new vehicle, wait till that new vehicle right at the end of the year. That's when they're pushing everything out and they're trying to get all the new stuff in. That's when you're probably going to get the best deal, the best rebates. And that's what I've always done. I mean, you get the same year, but it's a year old and they're trying to give you better deals because if they don't push those vehicles out, they're not going to get new vehicles.
I like Dodge, Chevy, and Ford, but when I do Ford, I actually get the Z plan or the X plan because my family, some of them were master mechanics. So with them, you kind of get invoice, which is, good. But yeah, I do that BA with the other brands.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. You could save
I do that BA
$10,000 easy.
Yeah, when I buy my bikes, my Harleys, I always buy the year right when they're about to come the new year in, is because you get a better deal that way. But
In the topic today, anything new, Mr. Denali?
Just the excuse me, the Secret Service thing with Barack Obama. Did you hear about that?
No.
Hang on a second. I'll play it again real quickly.
Before you play, I'm gonna jump off of here.
Okay.
Hi, Cherie. It's good to see you or talk to
Yes,
you.
good to see you. My kid is out of
good to
school
see you
tomorrow, so
again.
she feels like she can stay up all night. So I got to get her ready for bed.
I gotcha. Have a good night, Sherry.
She's not staying up all night.
Why not? She don't got to go to school.
That doesn't mean that we.
And it's a Friday.
It is Thursday.
No, but tomorrow's Friday. No school, so that means she has a 3-day weekend.
Oh,
She has a schedule to keep.
Okay, one day. Okay, anyway, I don't talk about it.
It was her birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday to her.
9 years old now.
Wow.
Hopefully her party will still be on Saturday. She's having a little gymnastics party.
Cherie says she's trying to kick it.
She is. She been kicking it all day.
Trying to really kick it. That is funny.
But yes, I'm
How
about
about from Mr. Denali? Can you let us stay up to like 2?
No.
Okay.
Sound like she got something to do, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like what?
Said, I gotta put her ass to bed. I got something to do.
I think the hubby's saying put the babies to bed. I'm trying to get some Netflix and chill.
I know. I'm just saying. It's Thursday night, and then she'll sleep all day. Let her relax.
She sleeps all day anyway. I don't see.
She usually goes to school.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm gonna let her stay.
I thought maybe I could talk. Cherie, Mr. Denali could talk.
Yeah, see, he's trying to be Uncle Denali.
Yes.
Be for the kid.
11:45.
Cherie, do I need to put you in a corner to make sure?
You be wanting to put me in the corner anyway.
I did?
I said you be wanting to put me in the corner anyway.
You think so?
Yes.
Why don't I do it then?
Because
you would do it.
You know that
You
you
would
have
do
no
it.
reason to put me in the corner. I'm too nice.
No, you aren't people. I put nice people in the corners.
I know, because you put me in there before.
I put you in the corner before?
Yes, you have.
When?
Wow.
Really? I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I don't remember that. Do you miss
He's
it?
not gonna yell at me and put me in the corner, but he'll definitely mute me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I haven't got put in the corner, and I hope I never do.
I've never got put in the corner.
I know when to
either.
be quiet. I know when to be quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure, you might be embellishing a little
I
bit.
come on live and I be nice.
No, no one ever said. Listen, nice. I have put many nice people in the corner.
I know.
Did you ask Cherie about Katanji? No, I'm just joking.
He already asked me that before.
No, I'm just joking.
No, I don't know what the question was.
I said the Katanji Jack question. I was just joking though.
Oh, did I ask her? I don't know if she's been around. Is Katanji
Don't go there. I was
Jack a
just joking.
symbol?
No, you've asked me that before.
I did? Okay, great. I don't
You
remember
know
what
my
you said.
answer to that.
I know that.
He
There's a
knows
lot
my
of people
answer
that
to
don't.
that.
There's a lot of people that don't agree with me.
I wholeheartedly agree, but
That's got people in a lot of trouble this week.
I also think that people like symbols. People want symbols too.
Symbols don't
I
pay the
think it gives
bills.
people.
Symbols
I
don't
think
pay
it
the
gives people a
bills.
Right.
false
Thoughts and
narrative.
prayers are great, but I can't deposit that. That doesn't keep the
Symbols don't keep the
Wi-Fi.
lights on.
But some people want it.
I agree with XL, man. There's so many things that he could have asked, especially when his campaign was failing. There's so many things the black community could have prospered on other than that. You know what I mean? There's, like you said, there's more programs in the community. There's just so much more that they could have got. And that's a one in a lifetime chance to get. You know what I mean?
So I think
Substance.
as a community, as a black person in the black community, I feel like some things that are overall, there's many things that will benefit. I mean, there are many things that we could ask for to benefit the black community, but there are certain things that will stand out to us as a whole that can benefit only us. Policies overall, there are many policies that will benefit everyone overall if we ask for them.
I don't see anything that
Outside
benefits
of
just one
reparations.
group of people. I don't
But
see one thing that can benefit one group of people. I mean, you have to explain
no,
to
I'm
me. I
saying
don't
like
see.
as far as policy wise, if there's certain things
Yeah, but
policy
what can
wise, it could be
benefit you
it's going
that
to
wouldn't
benefit
benefit
everybody
me?
in that community or in that state or in that as a whole, not just one demographic per se when it comes to race.
I
Here we
understand,
go.
but my
All right,
question
BA.
is,
Outside
BA,
of
hang on 1 second, everybody. BA, why do you think we give so much money to Israel?
of course, I agree with you, but I don't see how. I
Hang on
don't
a
see
second,
how
BA.
one
Why do you
thing
no?
could
Why do you
benefit one
think that we
person
give? Why do you think we give so much money to Israel?
because it's Jewish.
Right. And there are many Jewish Americans who have a lot of influence, who have a lot of money, and that does play a role. So when people say, I don't see how one group is getting something over another, that's a
I
clear.
didn't say that.
Oh, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
No,
he didn't
no,
say that.
I would never say that.
Oh, what'd
No,
you say?
that's not what I said. No, I said I don't see how what they could give you outside of representation. I can't say the word. Speech for
Reparations.
that. Reparations. Other than that, what could you possibly benefit from that everybody wouldn't benefit from?
Yes,
Because
that's where I agree with you
They
at.
yeah,
can make the SBA make a special thing for SBA to give money to black-owned businesses, not minority businesses, black-owned businesses. Because when you talk about the minority, white women are a minority, other ethnic groups, but you can make
exactly.
it targeted to black businesses.
I
That's
think
one
that
thing that could be done right there. I'm sorry?
I think overall that kind of like to me that falls under the line of reparations as well.
Okay, whatever. I mean, listen,
Yes.
all I'm saying is that
No.
different communities get different things, and we need resources and financial help in the community.
I
And
think we
It
whatever
would
they
have to be done. It would have to be done, like you said, because I know Asians. They've done things for Asians. They've done things for alphabet community. They've done things for the Indians. They've done things for so many different um, groups of people. But it would have to be in a way where it wouldn't cause division.
sure.
Because when and I'm just being totally honest, sir. Because once someone feels like, oh, we're just giving this to you, see, with all these other things, there's reasons, and exactly, black people have one of the biggest reasons because they were slaves. So they should, if that would be an avenue they could go down to be able to do something like that. You know what I mean? Like you said, businesses, but you know, I don't see how they would be able to do that without being sued, or because everything would be in court. You know, the first thing something like that would happen, somebody would file a lawsuit.
People
I think they're prepared for that though.
people do what they want, when they want, how they want, and who they
Yeah.
want to do it with. So there's ways to do everything. Okay.
I think that
I
I
agree.
think
I
that
agree.
just people that just disagree that the black community that are descendants of slaves in this country should
I
get
kind of think
reparations.
that's. I
So
How do
think
I
you
that
think
ship's
decide
kind of
though?
sailed though. I think that
I mean
ship
that
sailed though.
I'm saying because
we
there's so many mixed races, and I'm half
Yeah,
black, I'm this
exactly.
black, I'm a four. How would you even decide that
Yeah.
I
at
mean,
this
there are
point?
many studies. And there's one, there's some based on lineage. There's some based on just globally the transatlantic slave trade. I think that me personally, just me
Did
personally, I think that we're because that there is so much controversy surrounding the the lineage of slavery reparations. I think that
Was
we should be starting with reparations from Jim Crow versus
wasn't affirmative
because
action? Wasn't that part of that?
are you saying
Wasn't
but Jim
no,
but
no,
affirmative
affirmative
action,
action wasn't that put into place for to make sure equal rights for us? You know what I mean? That to change the geographics of workplaces and
but
to make sure that they have a certain amount of quota where everyone that lives here looks like here. You know what I'm saying by that? Where your
there
business should
was no
reflect your
monetary
community.
affirmative action is just I mean that kind of included more than just the black community. Yes, the black community was a part, was in mind for it, but like it's been proven that a lot of things that benefit that were
Women,
made
women.
for certain cultures benefit other policies benefit everyone.
No,
So
I understand that. I mean, I understand that,
I think the
who
only
benefit from
way
it.
that I think that the only way is a monetary effect versus policies
gonna be
that are put
tough.
in that are put in place.
I just don't see it
If
be
it's
able to
not,
happen.
I'll just say that if it's
Like
not in the
Yo-Yo
form of
said.
money, the community is not going to accept it.
It's gonna have to be something like you don't have to pay taxes for so many years. It's gonna have to be something like that. They're not even
So,
just
yeah, but
hand it.
that's a form of. I think that's a monetary form
Yeah,
too.
but I mean, it's gonna have to be something like that versus just giving you a check or something. I'm saying it's gonna have to be
I,
something like no taxes or something like they do the other. Because there's other, you know how they say sometimes other like
Well, look what they do for the Indians. They have
I'm gonna be honest.
casinos.
I'm very progressive in my thoughts when it comes to reparations. I think there should be monetary. There should be checks.
yeah,
Well,
but I'm
like the
saying I don't see it
like
happening. Is what I'm
Freeman's
saying. I'm saying I
the
don't see that happening. Is what I'm saying.
well, the
Yeah,
Freeman's
regardless if we
Bank.
see it happening or not, I think that's just my view. That's what I
Right.
think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you wasn't, if
Sounds good. I agree with you
I just
about
think
that.
that's passed because there's so many successful minorities in this world. I mean, some of the richest people in this world are black. You know what I mean? So I don't see where someone would make that case where, uh, and there is a case to be
There's
made.
still a wealth divide
No,
in the black
no, I
community.
get that. I get that. I get that. And that's where I was correct in that point of it. But someone's argument would be there's nothing that you can't do that I can't do. And there is generational wealth. I mean, of course. And that's just throughout history. But some of the richest people in this world, I forgot his name. He's a businessman. Damn, I forgot his name.
I mean, but
He's one of the richest
it
people in
is
the
true.
world.
There are multiple there are multiple billionaires that are black people, but even so, as an entire 14% of this country, there still is a wealth divide when it comes to the black community.
Well, if you
There
do
is still a
that,
gap there.
if you look at it through that way, like if you represent what there's a 13 or 14%.
14%.
14% of the country is black, and the other percentage, I think I forgot the breakdown. I knew it before, but you know, uh, if you have a lot more of one, of course you're going to have a lot more rich people, but you have also a lot more poor people too. I mean, and there's a lot of poor people in this country that are that are white. You know what I mean? That are Hispanic, that are Indian, that are Asian. So there's plenty of poor people in this country that are white.
I
I
agree.
think whites. I think more people. White people. More of them are on assistance than any other race. I don't remember if I'm correct on that. It's been a while since I looked that up.
Yeah,
But
so I
you know what I
agree with
mean?
that. But we're talking about just what
It's
has been a
cheating.
hindrance in when it comes to the gap in wealth as an overall. Um, what what has held many people back in the community. I don't think that is going to stop people from being in income, some people being poor or being in poverty. Not at all. I think that some people are where they are because of their state of mind.
Well,
But
statistics show just because you give someone money wouldn't necessarily mean generational wealth. Because you can take the lottery, for instance. Look how many people, the percentage of people that hit the lottery, how many of them are actually still wealthy. You know what I mean? So giving people a bunch of money, it doesn't necessarily um, mean that they're going to have generational wealth.
it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone in the culture will have generational wealth, but it actually creates a better advantage that was missed a long time ago.
An even
Um,
playing field.
that wasn't given a long time ago for people to have. It's like I said, it's still, that doesn't mean that we're eliminating people that are poor or in the middle class or wherever we may lie in there. It doesn't eliminate, but it does make up for the mishaps that have had happened in this country, that contributes to that are slavery and Jim Crow, um, that were a hindrance to many in the Black community. So I wholeheartedly feel that as a culture that is deserved.
Well, I mean,
Do you ever see it happening, Jerry?
I
I don't
I
see it
think that
happening.
that definitely is our utopia.
Oh,
Um, and do I see? I think that if
you know
people,
why I don't?
why
I don't. We just don't ever require anything. We haven't for
we,
years.
but
I
I
just feel like
also
we don't
believe that.
require anything as a people. Like I just feel like we just don't ever require anything. We ask for so little. Like you
Yeah,
know what I mean? So I just feel like we
So
just
I think
never
that
require anything.
I think as a whole, we ask for so little, but I think that there are very much so people out there that are asking for those things and have been asking for a while. I also believe that we didn't believe that slavery would end. We didn't believe that Jim Crow would end. We didn't believe that we would have civil rights. We didn't believe any of that. Those things happen. Do I think that it's a very uphill battle? Absolutely. But do I believe wholeheartedly that it is possible? 1000%.
I don't see it happening. I don't see. I think that if that was ever going to happen, it's past. Because, like Yo-Yo said, there's so many. Like my daughter's mixed. Does she qualify for representation? You know what I mean? Does she qualify for that? I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
that's why I believe that.
there's so many mixed races, and
Right.
how you know if someone's actually a descendant, or because not everybody, there were settlers here, but I mean not everybody uh, uh, would qualify for that. You know what I mean?
I
Depending who
mean,
they were,
and
where they
that's
came
why.
from.
I mean, of course, I mean most of the studies that pertain to lineage are saying that of course DNA tests would be required over a certain percentage of you know African American, tracing your lineage back to any records of slave ownership, things like that are part of that.
Was it most of those records lost, or
No,
because what was the
no.
Great Fire? There was, I forgot what it
There was a
was. Where
time. There was a time where
Keith would know. He's in education.
yes, slave records were being kept. We also have census. data, all that could trace many people back to slave ownership.
Yeah, but what about the people that can't be traced back,
I
and
think
they feel,
I think a lot of
because
those
that's
people
going to
that
cause a
probably
division inside of the black. Okay, here's another question. Do you think, because like you said, certain people can trace back their ancestry to that horrible time? I don't even like using the word, but and some people can't. So don't you think that would cause a division inside the black community, that
I
some
think that
people were allowed and then some
so I
people are
think that
not
is
allowed?
the I think those are the questions that have been raised in the study. Um,
I'm asking your
People that
opinion.
can't
Do
be
you
traced.
think that would
That
cause it?
I didn't think that would necessarily cause a divide in the community. I think it just causes major questions when it comes to how we are when it comes to the distribution of reparations. How the people that
Girl, you know they gonna get mad if
don't.
you get a check and they don't.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I
No,
don't know where
well,
You
you.
yeah,
already
I'm
know
just
that.
saying
I
the
don't know.
distribution
I have
part.
to
They hate
disagree
for
with
much
you
less
there.
than that.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I'm
The
telling you right
distribution
now,
part, I think there would be a definitely,
Yeah,
a
get
divide.
class
there'll be
action or
some hating.
something.
But hell yeah, you're gonna get money. I'm not getting money. We're both black. Come on, they're gonna be like,
But
hell no. Where's
I
my
don't
money
think
at?
I think that their battle should definitely be with the federal government when it comes to the distribution part. But I think those are the questions that are being raised already. That those are being raised in the study. Like if your family was a part of the, wasn't able to, you weren't be able to trace your lineage back to slave ownership, or a certain percentage of ethnic background when it comes to
Right.
tracing all that, all those questions are. That's why the studies have been going on for so long. But like I said, I think that we are a lot far removed from slavery than
Well,
we
you know,
are
San
Jim Crow
Francisco.
era, and I think that we can
Did
begin
you
to.
hear?
You
Did
think?
you hear what was going on in San Francisco?
Mm-mm. No, I didn't. Talk
Yeah,
to me
they
about
were.
what happened in San
Yeah,
Francisco.
they were
In the
actually
state of
trying
California
to.
or San Francisco?
San Francisco, they was actually trying to pass
I
reparations.
heard about that shit. Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
they
about
actually was trying to pass it. They
in
actually
the
was
form
having
of
It
committee.
passed.
in the form of
It,
reduced taxes, right? And so I can agree with that, right? Instead of
Me too.
taking the United States as like breaking the United States and further going into debt with, I mean, because we're in debt to ourselves. Realistically, we're in debt to ourselves, and the 7 trillion that comes from outside the country. Like, as long as we don't owe you, you'll never go broke, motherfucker. And that's pretty much how we deal with people from outside the country. Like, it's just how we do it. That's the United
You
States.
keeping it
What you gonna
real,
do
right?
about it? Like, really, what you gonna do about it? So, like, but if we take that tax revenue and we just reduce it slowly over time, right? The amount of money that people that were possibly aligned with former slaves, right? And we did it with tax revenue and the reduction of that tax revenue. I think it would have far less impact than taking a big ass fucking check and sending that bitch out. I don't know how we would manage fucking $7 trillion, because that's what the fuck they owe.
but also, I think that
Yeah,
we
there would
spend,
have to be
What
so
do
some
you,
form of
we
school
keep
or
we'll keep
college
the
or
economy
tax break.
going.
well, like the bank? Yeah, like the Freeman Bank. That's what they did originally. Just didn't go so well.
What'd you say would happen, man? Say it again, please.
The
Because I don't know.
Freedman, the Freedman Bank. That's what they did. The Freedmen's Bank. That's what they did
Yes.
originally.
Uh,
Who got the
You know,
money?
how did that
no,
work?
no. So the
Tell
United
them about it,
States.
Misty.
The United States government, they started the Freedmen Bank right after slavery ended, and the government put money into that bank. It allowed black individuals to start holding basically high yielded savings account, and they would get basically certain ethnicity would get lower interest rates and things like that. It didn't go so well. The bank ended up actually collapsing some years later, but they restarted it. In fact, it's still kind of continuing. So basically, people that were slaves, owners, slaves, families of slaves, and whatnot, they actually get some benefits. It's called the Freedmen's Bank, and it started. It
I've
had a
never
rock.
heard about that.
I
Yeah.
heard
So
Yeah,
yeah.
no.
So
I heard Kanji's talk about it
That's all
yeah.
right.
on the
So
panel before.
Yeah, it ended up going bankrupt and then it restarted up again, but the United States Treasury actually funded it. And, I mean, it still continues, but,
So
I
how's it
think
work? They got low interest rates, or is
yeah,
that how
like
it
low,
works?
yeah, so low interest rates because back then they couldn't even have bank accounts, savings accounts. So it first started just for African Americans, and it started right after the ending of slavery. And the U.S. Treasury actually put money into the bank, and it would be like high yield savings account, a way to save your money, and they would, you would get like certain perks and benefits. That's what the United States did right after, So
Ride with
it's
me on
not.
this, y'all. Ride with me. This may seem a little crazy, right? But I've been studying the laws, right? And we have the laws of so we've had labor laws since 1703, right? So we've had labor laws in the United States since 1703, even going back to the Commonwealth law before it was actually the United States. So since we've had those, right? And then the Supreme Court, when they made that ruling, right? And the labor law says that all persons that perform all duties that are not imprisoned shall be paid for their work. And then the Supreme Court made the other ruling and said that these people, not only are they people now, but they have been people in the infinite regression and in perpetuity. They're going forward. So they've always been people, right? And every person that was enslaved, if I were to work for someone and I perished while I was under your employ, right? You still owe my family whatever it is that I would have made. You can't just write the debt off because I perished. You have to pay it to the nearest living relative. And even just using labor laws, right? The money from the companies that yet still exist, right? Like Quaker and shit like the U.S. Steel, all those people, right? And even Fruit of the Loom, right? Would actually have to pay what it is they owe because the company did not cease to exist, and you still have to pay the nearest living relative. Now, and that won't get everybody paid, but it will get the nearest living relative the wages that were owed, and it will get the interest plus what it would have been in today's salary owed to the person that's the nearest living relative. Hey man, that's a lot of goddamn money for 15 generations of fucking slaves. Lots of money.
Wow.
That's just a labor law. No reparations needed.
It depends, though. There's a little trick to that. There's a little trick to that.
I went into it a little bit, but tell me what it is. Hold that up, because it sounds slippery to start with, but I'm sure they'll find a way.
Exactly. I mean, it's just like.
Speaking of this, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Misty.
No, it's okay, Yo-Yo. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Finish your thought. I was just
No,
just
I was
reminding me of
gonna see
something
what
I
you're saying,
saw.
Misty.
Oh, I mean, it's just like bank accounts and certain things like that. It gets slippery, right? You have to have dependents and people associated to your account. You have to have trust and things like that. If you don't have certain things in place as an individual, things will either get tied up in probate or simply go back to the government, right? Because legalities, there's a lot of legalities to something like that.
God damn, I forgot about the probate. Right, they
Well,
could
no.
Hey,
the
guys,
government
I'm
could
about to get
intercede
off
to
here. My
make
wife's
things
trying to
happen.
get me to watch a movie. X, it's always a pleasure. Hey,
All right,
Keith,
brother.
Misty, Sherry, all you guys, man. I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great night.
Yeah, I'm
See
getting
ya.
off
Nat, you
too
too.
because
Bye,
You guys have a
Denali.
great night.
Denali didn't let the kids stay up till 12 o'clock.
No, let him stay
So,
up. What do you mean? Come on.
trying to
Come
be
on.
slick.
yeah,
Uncle Denali
he
says
trying to
yes.
keep me talking,
Uncle
knowing I be
Denali says
talking.
yes.
Trying to
So
be
the kid
slick.
can, so the kid can stay up to 12.
Yeah.
Hey Kim. Hey
But
Kim.
real quick on the.
Trying to get the lights up
What's
because I'm
Kevin
like,
saying?
where are all the But y'all have a good night. I'm gonna try to jump on
You
here
too,
Night.
Sherry.
tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
Very
And
nice to meet you,
Denali,
Miss
please
Sherry.
stay safe from the storm.
Thank you.
What's,
You
what's
too.
All right, bye, y'all.
Bye.
you too, Miss Sherry? What storm, dude? What am I missing? Like
It's
I'm blowing
Hurricane
my
Helene.
phone.
Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida, and it's coming up the East Coast up to Georgia.
I'm so tired of all these storms.
Fuck, I'm
So,
at.
Denali, what'd you think? I expected it out of them, but that bill they passed, right?
Talking about
For
the
Trump.
hand counting of the votes.
No, about just giving Trump more security. I thought that was cool. I mean, it was definitely
Yeah, it's
necessary.
absolutely necessary.
But I think it's cool that it was unanimous, and
Good.
now him and Harris will get just as much security as President Biden.
They shouldn't need a bill for that. It should be automatic. Jeez Louise, we live in a very dangerous world.
No, I get it, but you know how I'm glad they didn't play politics and everyone
Right.
said
I
yay.
agree with that 100%.
You know what I mean? And Biden signed it right away, so that's cool.
He
Excellent.
said he wanted them to have more security
I
right
know.
after the second attempt.
Oh, I know he did, but they had to pass a bill and all that because there's rules on how many people you normally get as far as protection. But I'm glad it didn't become politics and everyone said
Right.
yay.
Everybody's
You
for
know?
safety.
Yeah, thank God for that. So what was this thing you were gonna play? What happened today? What?
I'll
You're
play
talking
it.
about the mayor of New York?
No,
Mr. Shady?
No,
Okay.
not the mayor of New York.
Mr. Shady.
Mr. Slim Shady?
Right.
Please stand up.
Of the special committee in Congress looking into the various Secret Service failures that resulted in 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, we now have information about a really troublesome incident that went down this past weekend involving Barack Obama, and a very clear lapse of security once again with a former president. This time it happened in Hollywood, where Barack Obama was going out to dinner at the Hollywood hotspot, Mother Wolf, and he was sitting in an SUV before dinner, sitting in his SUV in an alleyway. There were Secret Service agents nearby, and yet an armed man was able to walk right up to the window that Barack Obama was sitting on the other side of the door. An armed man walked right up to his vehicle with no Secret Service present where he was, right next to Obama as he's in that car, and the Secret Service there on the other side of the vehicle. Nobody is next to this man. Right. The only saving grace here, we should say right off the bat, is that this person who was armed had no ill intent. He was actually an armed security guard who was working at a nearby a bar mitzvah that was going on upstairs from the restaurant, which we've actually covered here. We talked about the bar mitzvah. Little baby was performed at this bar mitzvah. So they had armed guards at this bar mitzvah. One of them got word that someone came to him and said, "It looks like there are federal agents downstairs. What's going on?" They didn't know that Obama was there. No one did. And we should say, we have spoken with this man who was told, and he does not want us to use his name, but we've spoken with him. Yes. And he told us that he then went downstairs to find out what was going on. And that's when this thing just takes a really weird turn.
Yeah, it's really weird to say the least. It's completely bananas, actually. So we caught up with the security guard, and he told us, hey, I'm just trying to do my job. They told me that there are a bunch of cop cars downstairs. There's Fed cars downstairs. I should go look into it, make sure everything is kosher. He goes downstairs, he sees this black SUV, and it's got specialty plates on it. He thinks, could be a government official. That's interesting. And the car is cool, so he took a picture. He thinks, hey, I want one more picture. He gets a little bit closer, and he has to look inside. It's freaking Obama with a laptop. He thinks to himself, holy bleep, I'm armed, and I could definitely be in big trouble right now.
Because he's assuming, he is assuming that there are agents all over the place, and this guy is armed next to his car, and he's thinking, oh my God. And so he backs away and decides to walk over to, he did see agents, right, Ryan? So it's not that there weren't any agents around. They just weren't by the car. They weren't by the car.
Yeah, essentially what it was the alley was not fully cleared, and that door that he came out was not checked, or at least it wasn't being checked at the time.
And the Secret Service is there, and the guy walks up to the car. He is never told, don't do it. He is never blocked. He is walking up to this car with a gun, then realizes, holy crap, what am I doing? So he actually, wisely, I think, then turns and went and spoke to 2 agents, Ryan, that were, 10 feet away?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. He goes, he talks to the agents, he says hello. They were startled. They had no idea he was there. He turns around, walks back by the car again, and goes back up to the party and thinks that that's going to be that until hears from is essentially the boss for the security, who's like, they want to check your credentials just to make sure everything's on the up and up. And so he did, and it all worked out.
And that was 30 minutes later. So you gotta be wondering what in the after he walked over to them, said hello, right, then walks back inside, the agents that are there have to be talking to each other like, what just happened? Who was that person? And remember, there was an agent in the car with Obama as well. So they clearly, after the fact, said, who was that guy? And apparently, what we were told, because we have spoken with him, is that, first of all, there were 5 security guards at this bar mitzvah. All 5 were armed. Yeah. And including him. And apparently the Secret Service didn't know anything about it. They went to the agent, they went to the supervisor to find out who this guy was. And I think at that point is when they found out what was happening. There were people that were armed. Half an hour before they go to get this guy's credentials. What was the conversation about? Like, how did this happen? I mean, maybe there's a finger pointing at that point. I don't think we're going to get an adequate answer. We called the Secret Service. We have not heard back from them yet. And as you mentioned, we found out about this as on the day that they issued this report about Donald Trump. And the agency all of their failures are laid out in this report. And now they have another situation with another former president. And by the way, stunning, next to the car with a gun.
All right, there you go, Misty.
It's embarrassing. You know, strippers get more protection walking to their car after their shift than are.
True, they got the
I mean,
That's funny.
I'm telling you, they got more security walking to their car than we do for our government officials. What is going on? It's embarrassing.
It is, man.
It's facts.
It's
No
crazy.
cap.
That is embarrassing.
But taking away somebody's vote by force is I just couldn't get behind. As much as I hate this dude, man, and I really genuinely hate this motherfucker, I absolutely would never advocate.
Keith, that's not nice.
I know, I know, I know it's wrong.
You know,
right?
Christmas
You know
is coming.
you're wrong.
Christmas is coming. You're gonna get cold. You gotta be nice.
Lumps of doo-doo and horse manure. Like, what the fuck is all these lumps in this fucking bag? Like, and I know what's coming for me Christmas time, but and I'm not gonna get that. I'm gonna get fucking Krampus motherfucking ass coming down the chimney with fucking pitchforks and shit. But I don't know, man. I just don't want nobody to take it by force. Right? That seems to be the problem. Like, taking things by force from my American citizens bothers me. Right, more than anything that I could have as my personal bullshit ass agenda, and I will say it's a personal bullshit ass agenda. Right, it just my people are more important to me, even if they do pick this motherfucker.
Well, what bothers me is that the world or people are seeing how weak the security is right now.
Yeah, how
They
weak we
may
are.
want to try something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because Iran has threatened Trump.
Yeah, a lot, actually. Trump actually said he thinks the second attempt might have had something to do with it. But, I mean, there's been talk and threats for, 6-7 months now, if not longer.
Threats day
Iran. Well, that's what I really want to know. I mean, I get some of the politics, but I don't get it. There's something there. I don't know.
It's something that they got plotted against the dude. Or
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We have operators all over the place, right? There are people like me running around all over the place, right? Who just don't miss, right? If we really, if they were to go, they would catch some dude that was out of his fucking mind and on his last leg. He said, listen, we'll drop some money for your family, right? They'll never know what happened. Like, you ain't seen them in 7 fucking years, but we'll take care of it for the remainder of your natural life. Go do this stupid shit, right? Go do this dumb shit. And these guys are good. They just lost it because they spent too much time in country or on deployment or whatever. But we would never, some dude that was a weirdo that logged on shit and came up with some weird little weapon that wasn't prepared for what he was doing. No one would miss. None of us would miss, right? This is easily done, right? So if they really wanted him gone, he would be gone. So I don't think it's anybody plotting against him because it's the easiest thing in the world to do with all this lapse security.
No, for sure. And with our satellites. But the thing is, too, and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy person because I'm really not. But I don't trust, there's so much, I don't even trust it. They could just simply be saying that just so that could be a fallback excuse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't trust them anymore. I really don't. I really don't. Who
Like,
knows what's going on nowadays?
you think they just pretending? Like, you think they sending them out just to say, like, hey, we could get people to like you are touchable, right? You are touchable, right? We may not really want to get you today, but you are touchable. They just sending a message with weird shit like what's happening.
Well, I mean, they're telling him that it's Iran to the point now that he's thinking that it is, and he's saying that they're out to get me. I mean, he made that threat, right? He basically said to Iran, if you do this, or if there's any sitting president, then basically they would be toast. But I mean, they could be using that country just so in case, God forbid, something does happen, we all turn our heads to them, right?
Okay,
I,
good.
I don't know. I can't trust it nowadays.
Iran got good guys too. They got some pretty elite guys. Right?
I
They,
was
they
I was
want
listening to this live today. So they were talking about the second attempt, right? And they said that that guy was like 2 football fields away from Trump. And they said whatever that note, you know about the note that they found? Okay, so there was some note that was found, but it came from somebody's house that he wrote it like months ago. But it said something about like a failed attempt. It was like a letter that he would have written after the fact, but the letter he wrote months ago, it was just weird. So they were talking about that on the live today.
Oh, he was planning on failing this, right? Planning on making it look like something was happening. What?
I don't know. Yeah,
Tell me what it means.
it was just weird.
I want to hear from you. I want to hear what it means. Shit, I can't decipher that shit. I don't no idea why we
Weird. I still don't understand how someone was in the bushes for 12 hours.
It's
That
weird.
just don't make no damn sense to me.
Do we have a porta potty? I'm so confused.
What is
I
that
mean,
smell, yo?
Well, they were saying that he was in the bushes going to the bathroom.
Wait a minute. I was just joking, Keith.
For 12 hours?
No, they're saying he wasn't there for 12 hours.
Okay, well, then why does he have his backpack with him and a pew and a snipe and a this? Come on now.
So
I was just joking.
So this is just a live I was listening to, right? So they feel like it's like a conspiracy, like it was planted. Like
Oh, he's a plant.
yeah. They're saying like Trump is doing it on purpose.
All right.
Like he was a plant.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay. All right.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't
Listen,
believe that.
we do not want to put out false information that we don't have receipts for. Lives have all kind of different information.
I just said that's what they said. I didn't say it was a fact.
I got you. But people are going to say, I heard on Mr. Denali that they said that it was a false, just like you're saying, what you're saying on the live.
Okay, well, it's not a fact. Anybody who's listening, this is just something I was listening to.
I don't believe that he's attempting, I don't believe that at this particular point. I'm sorry.
I don't
Unless I see some evidence of it, I got to take it at face value that people 2 times, at least one for sure, with
not the first, the second time, not the first time.
Well, Kim, people came on here the first time and said that was fake.
Yeah, no way.
I'm saying people came on here and said this is fake, or they said they wish that his head was 2 inches to the right. Things like that.
Stop. That's so
No, I'm saying,
I heard it.
Listen, we were up here that night. We spent 6 hours flushing it out, and I had to throw a lot of people off the panel because they kept coming up saying that they wish that they would not have missed and all those kind of ugly things, and I just don't allow it.
Do you remember what's her
And then
name?
after saying that, Keith, they said they was a Christian.
Yeah, you remember what's her name?
Do motherfucker.
You hear me, Keith?
What would Jesus do?
It's not funny. Like what's her name? That one, what was her name? Kathy, when she took those photos, I didn't feel not once.
Kathy Griffin with the orange hair.
Oh yeah, I did not feel bad for her one bit, nor did I feel bad for Rosie O'Donnell making fun of the cookies and that whole Jewish thing. That was horrible.
Right.
That was horrible.
evil. That lady is evil.
Did you see that, Yo-Yo? Rosie?
No, what happened?
She she tried to act like she's a victim. She did a picture and she basically made gingerbread man saying this is what happened to the Jews, and then she burnt them.
Oh shit!
No.
Yeah. And then she thought that was funny, and then
That
she
is
wants to cry
wrong
wolf
on so
talking
many
about
levels.
and then she says, "Oh, look I can't have my freedom of whatever," and it's like, her show got canceled as she deserved.
Yeah, because she's evil.
Wow.
Holy shit! And she said this on the air.
She's
You can see the and the pictures are there. It's
And
horrible.
Who did that?
She's
Rosie.
Trump's best friend. She loves Trump. They best friends.
Rosie O'Donnell. She thought she was being funny. There ain't nothing
She
funny
doesn't
about
love
that.
Trump. She's a Democrat. She doesn't like Trump.
Rosie O'Donnell, she's always at Mar-a-Lago.
Rosie O'Donnell is not a Trump fan.
They
Oh,
hate
yes,
each
she.
other.
Then it's not her last name. Then I'm talking about the other Rosie, the one that had the TV show.
Roseanne Barr.
There you
You're
go,
talking about
Roseanne Barr.
Roseanne
Yeah, Roseanne.
Barr is a
Yeah,
Trump
I was gonna say Rosie
yeah.
Rosie
Roseanne.
O'Donnell is not a Trump supporter.
Yeah, it was Roseanne.
Roseanne Barr, the lady
It
with
was
the
Roseanne
show.
Barr. Yeah, that's the one that did
Remember the
it.
show Roseanne? She's
Yeah,
married to
exactly.
Ralph Harlan.
And now they
Correct.
had to change the whole motherfucking name. They got rid of her ass quick, boy. Like,
Well, that's one of the reasons why, though.
yes,
She's
she
out
started
there with
popping up.
photos. It's horrible.
Did you see? Did you guys see the? And only because we were talking about the other topic earlier when they were trying to talk about the reparations and figuring out whose race is what. That's the only reason I'm bringing this up, because as you guys know, I could care less about Kamala's race. But did you guys see the video about Candace Owen debunking Kamala?
Yeah, I saw something about that. I'm not exactly sure what that's about.
I can't stand that lady.
It was like a video. She went back like into her history and she was like debunking her
Something in her book or something. I'm not sure.
about her grandmother and something. And I was like, what is this? But I didn't really pay attention to it because I don't really care. So that's why I said I didn't know if anybody else actually watched it. That's why
No, I saw somebody doing a video on it, but I couldn't really follow, and I don't care about her race or
I didn't
anything.
really care enough to watch the whole thing.
None of that really
I was like, did anybody watch it?
Candace catching
But
hell
listen.
right now, though, bro. She catching hell.
She is
Hey,
wild.
I think we've done enough show tonight. It is now quarter after 12 my time. I'm
Okay,
hearing the
listen.
ring on the. I'm sorry, Kim.
On another note, you guys need to watch Tubi tonight so we can talk about this tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's they have a show, the people from TMZ. It's about the Diddy indictment, and they're gonna talk about things that we don't know about.
What's it called? Did he do it? No, just play.
What's
it called?
It's called like the Diddy indictment, I think.
Oh.
All right, Tubi. All right, I got you.
That
All right, Denali, thank you so much for having me up.
Thank you, everybody who came. I appreciate everybody.
Brother.
Thank you so much, Keith and Yo-Yo.
Good night, everybody.
Kim,
Okay, so we gotta watch
everybody.
Tubi.
Night, yes.
Live long and prosper.
Everybody watch Tubi so we can talk about it tomorrow. I'm about to.
When are we gonna talk about it, Denali? What night?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't know what Tubi is. Should I know what Tubi is?
What's wrong with you? Are you serious?
It's an
What is
app, but
Tubi?
it's free. It's a free
Are you
app.
serious? How you not know about a
what
free
is it?
app?
I mean, what is a TV show? What is it? I
No,
don't know.
no, it's an app. It's free. Do you have a
Like
smart
on a
TV?
Fire Stick.
Hang
Do
on
you have
one
like a
second,
Fire
boy.
Stick or Roku?
Okay. What do they show on the app?
Like
Hood
different
movies,
things.
ghetto movies.
Ghetto
different
movies?
things. They show different things, but the TMZ people, they have a documentary on there about the Diddy indictment.
Okay. All right. Miss
Keith,
Yo-
why say ghetto movies? Keith.
I know. I don't know what you did. I was like,
It looks
man.
like
Yo-
movies
Yo-
you made
Yo-
on your
Yo- Yo- talk
iPhone.
about-
It looks like
Yo-
movies you made on your phone.
Yo-Yo's
Good night,
been wanting
man.
to talk about Diddy and things like that, so maybe I'll tune in.
Well, New
you
Jack
tomorrow.
City's on it. I watched that last week.
He
Again.
almost got as much baby oil as Keith got in his house, his garage.
New Jack City. Remember that movie?
That's an excellent movie with Nino
I
Brown.
loved it.
And
I
Mary
loved that
Van Peebles.
movie.
Yeah,
And
that was a great
Pookie.
movie.
Yeah, I like
All
New
right,
Jack City.
guys.
Yeah, Pookie. Yeah, Pookie.
Have a good night, guys.
Right, Chris Rock, absolutely.
Yep.
Ice-T,
Yep. I
Young
loved
Love,
it.
absolutely. A great
Yep.
movie.
Good night,
Great
everybody.
movie.
Yep. Good night.
All right,
Bye.
everybody have a great night. Talk to you guys tomorrow.
Peace
Bye-bye.
and hair
Bye.
grease.
Bye.